informed Sacramento state officials that he is no longer in the mix for their open head coaching position, and he indicated he wanted to take a job closer to home, so that would be Norfolk State, because his hometown of Newport News, Virginia, about 20 miles from the Spartans campus. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. B&B holding it down out west. Ashburn,
way west.
Ashburn, VA, man, where the Commanders are gearing up. There's so much other stuff to talk about. Shout out Jaden Daniels. Happy birthday, young man.
Happy birthday, bro.
There's so many things to discuss with the Commanders that, like, we've almost kind of ignored the fact that Philly's coming to town and they're an absolute freight train.
Mm-hmm.
We do need to dig into that. I am confident Dan Quinn and this staff are digging into that, but it is hard to ignore certainly the biggest news from yesterday, the biggest sports news from yesterday. I won my paddle match.
What?
That's the biggest sports news from yesterday.
Hell no. The biggest sports news from yesterday is that Rory and Schefter beat the hell out of Koepka and DeChambeau like I would have done Jeff.
Yeah. I didn't get to watch the match. I heard it was dope.
Listen, bro.
I did win my paddle match against Mike Kelly. I just want the world to know.
Birdie, par, eagle. That's the way he started. So
that is nuts.
So Charles was on the thing talking, and you know all the people be posting stuff on Instagram. The guy say Rory against Liv.
I mean,
he was kicking their ass too.
He got
you that, dog.
Dude. It was honestly just an absolute ass kicking, and I don't know that I care. There was a time where I very much cared. I had a dog in the fight in the PGA versus Liv debate, but the PGA has screwed this up so much, and it's all just about cash that I'm just like, whatever, man. Just give me the best golfers playing golf against
I don't
each other.
care about the PGA aspect of it. I care about the fact that I saw some pride coming from Rory and damn Scotty.
Yeah.
You know, they were like, okay, well, you all think you're on the best tour, but this is the best tour. And they showed them that. But, you know, ultimately, the money aspect is going to go where it want to
go. Check your text from Bees. We cannot say that on the radio, and Bees is an ass, but it's pretty funny. All right.
Let me see.
I'm going to keep it moving as B. Mitch Reese said.
We're trying to keep jobs, dude. Not trying to get rid of jobs, dude. What is your damn problem?
All right, we're gonna stop messing around and get down to business here. Obviously, the most important news in sports yesterday, the Caps got a good win. Was that the Falcons have benched Kirk Cousins, and that was listen. The Falcons created. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The Caps did not win. They ended up losing.
They lost by a point.
Yeah, they lost 3-2. The Falcons created this problem. You signed Kirk Cousins to crazy money, and you did it the first day of free agency, the first minute free agency's open.
Yeah.
Like, this wasn't a surprise. It wasn't like, Kirk stuck around, and then you signed him. You made an effort to go get him.
Yeah.
All right. So
they screwed that up.
That's your decision.
Yeah.
Then in the top 10 of the NFL draft, you take Michael Penix. I think Penix is a good player. I like Penix a lot, but you created this problem yourself. And
they created a problem, I think, though. But the one thing you have to give them credit about, They're not sitting here waiting to the end to just figure it out and say we're going to ride the sunset because Kirk, we gave him some money. All these owners got money. They're like, okay, we're going to make a move and see what our young guy is about.
Bro, in a self-preservation league, and we all know that's what the NFL is about, they did not act in self-preservation.
But do you think
you could have just kept rolling with Kirk and say, well,
yeah.
Penix needed the whole year, and now we'll see.
I don't know if this is self-preservation. I think owner is like, look, because the owner has the right to sign off on this one.
Oh, yeah.
For this to happen, you just gave him guaranteed $100 million. Don't have to say, okay, look, let's go with the young guy. So, I he lost something along the way, man. Something happened.
Sure.
He needs to go see the wizard. I don't know.
I think I don't know what happened with Kirk. You got to wonder if it's father time. You got to wonder if it's the injury. Grant had some interesting information looking at the offense, that the offense doesn't necessarily put Kirk under center enough, give him enough play action.
But see, you can't sit up here and that's an easy little thing to say if you want to defend Kirk. Kirk. Kirk has always been in the shotgun. Okay, that's what he's done.
Yeah.
So you can't blame. We can't all of a sudden now come and say, well, they're not doing it right for him. Veteran quarterbacks are a big part of when you put together a damn offense. And if that offense is as it is, it was working earlier this year.
Yeah, and I wonder.
He threw 500 yards in that same offense. Let's not pick the excuse when they don't do well.
Kirk's been good in rolling out situations when they put him in the boot, whatever.
Can he roll out anymore?
I wonder if physically that's there. And, dude, you could see the arm strength, the ability to fire fast that he had for a long time just didn't seem to be there. And, dude, I really think, I'm curious if you agree with this, B, that they gave Kirk – so, I mean, they lost 4 in a row, and he had 8 picks and no touchdowns in those 4.
Yeah.
Then you give him the Raiders start because you're like, yo, surely Kirk can perform against the damn Raiders. They're awful. And, yeah, they won that game, but he was 11 of 17 for $112 with a touchdown and a pick.
It's not good.
It was just he was so ineffective. Then he comes off the field and says, yeah, I'm not playing the way I like to play. Like, he owned it, which he gets credit for.
Yeah.
And then Raheem Morris twice post-game and then the following day kind of gave himself wiggle room that they might make a change. I think if you are going to make this change, this is the right time for Atlanta to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They got the Giants coming to town. And if you're going to make a change, start them against what is truly a terrible team in the Giants. Kind of a soft landing spot, because then it's, oh, hey, you're playing against Jaden Daniels. That'll be the number 2 and the number 8 or 9 overall pick on Sunday Night Football, likely with the 8. So it'll be 2 versus 8. 2 Sundays from now at Northwest Stadium, likely with a wild card spot on the line.
Yeah.
So, I mean, life comes at you fast, man.
Look, man, things happen. But, I mean, the whole thing is you don't make the excuses at this point. You're a veteran player. You got to figure it out. And I'm sure he has a free range to be able to change stuff. If he sees something he doesn't like, something happened along the way with him physically. And I think that's the problem. It's not the offense. It's something physically happened with him, and they see that. Whether he got a shoulder injury or he can't drive off of that leg. We've had somebody on the show that mentioned the same thing. That Achilles thing at a young age is tough. At an older age in the NFL, that's way tougher.
So, I mean, especially if the offense was so he had the 4-game stretch that was terrible, right? You know what the 2 games were prior to that? A pair of Atlanta wins where he collectively completed 80% of his passes. Yeah. He averaged so against Tampa Tampa at the end of October, 23 of 29, 79.3%, 276, 4 touchdowns, no picks. The following week against Dallas, 27-21 win, 19 of 24, so 79% again, 220, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Something happened, and some astute Falcons watcher should maybe go back and look at that Cowboys game if he took if somebody got to his legs late, or then they lost at the Saints. Mm-hmm. And I guess maybe that's when Carr was back, but that's when the numbers really took a nosedive. He went from completing 80% of his passes to 60% of his passes.
Same offense. Yeah, or if someone want to tell me that they could completely overhaul the offense in the last 4 weeks, which I doubt seriously. Yeah. Something happened physically to where that happened. Listen, we know he's cautious. He doesn't really throw interceptions. Then all of a sudden you're throwing 9 and no touchdowns. He lost confidence. He's either lost confidence or he has a shoulder injury or that damn Achilles is really affecting him. It has not a damn thing to do with the offense.
I also wonder if there's anything to this. I'm just looking through this. So they are 7-7 in 6 of the 7 wins. He threw the ball 30 times or less. And the only win, there were 2 other wins where he threw it more than 30 times, but one of them was an overtime game. Mm-hmm. I wonder.
Is that overtime game when he passed 500-some yards?
Yeah. Went for 509 and 4 touchdowns. Threw the ball 58 times. I wonder if maybe it's like a reps thing. Like his body just kind of breaks down.
Bijan had 107 yards rushing, did he not? In the last game?
Against the Raiders?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he went over that. Yeah.
So, with a running back running for 100+, that's all you need as an offense right now as a quarterback to go out there and have some ability.
Well, especially against the Raiders.
Yeah. So, that's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, I have always been a person where people have their opinions on everything. But when you say something asinine, I have to just defend. I have to go against that. This offense, it has nothing to do with its problems.
Moving forward, is Atlanta better with Penix?
We're going to find out. I don't know that. I know what Penix did in college, and I hear rumors coming from Atlanta.
Long lefty. That spiral coming out tight, going the other way. Feel like you're living in Australia.
Rumors coming from Atlanta from fans and players alike talking about how he's been lighting it up in practice. So they want to see what he's about, because if they see what he's about, you got 1 more year, Kirk. You got to pay him no matter what. So if they can,
people are already talking about how they can spread out Kirk's dead money.
They can get this start of Penix being the next thing earlier instead of waiting. Because if he's starting to break down now, how is he going to be next year?
The best time to bench a quarterback is never. The second best time is yesterday. That is a phrase somebody said about trading Juan Soto, but it applies here too. With Kirk's dead money, so you do have let's assume. Let me ask you this then too. You can't go back to Kirk now, right? Is this done?
That's done.
It seems done.
Unless something happens to Penix, and then that will even be like a slap in the face. So I think at this point, listen, man, the guy is undefeated at getting paid. He's getting $100 million over these last year. This year and next year, no matter what happens. Atlanta is in a position where we got to pay him no matter what. We may as well find out what the guy we drafted is going to be about.
You have seen. Now, I think the situation was different there, but you're seeing more teams just take the hit. Just, this isn't going to work. Let me cut it, and I'll take the dead money. You saw Denver do it with Russ. Atlanta, because they have 2 void years on the back year of this thing, can maybe spread out the dead money. I don't know. It's going to be very, very complicated.
It's going to be hard to keep him on that roster after this.
Well, totally. And Kirk probably wants to get out.
Yep.
I would think. I do want to let my guy Landini just have a minute to comment on Kirk getting benched and what exactly Atlanta was trying to do with this quarterback situation.
I don't really know there. The whole thing was just so bizarre to me. Kirk's not exactly young. He was coming off a serious injury. Even when he was healthy, he was never all that good of a quarterback. And then in the first round with kind of a decently high pick, they draft a quarterback. The entire situation just kind of seemed like people didn't really know. They didn't have a clear plan. They didn't really understand what they wanted to do there. So I guess it's not surprising that it kind of didn't work out for them.
No, I don't think it's surprising. I think it was very oddly done.
I was shocked when he got that deal, seriously. I was shocked when he got the deal coming off an injury, but you also look at the fact that he's a guy that always protects the football.
Yeah.
So you thought, okay, let's see how this will work.
NFL and interceptions.
But I was shocked when he got those 2 years guaranteed like that.
So I wasn't shocked this time because I think Atlanta was just so desperate after going through kind of the Arthur Smith, Desmond Ridder, Heineke. I mean, just the quarterback since Matt Ryan had been so bad that I was not shocked for a guy like Arthur Blank that believes in the talent he's put together. He's like, hey, let's pay up. Let's get a guy we know could get it done for us.
But you come right back in the draft and sign and draft somebody in the first round. They were saying, listen, we're going to do this because this is a going rate. Hell, if Daniel Jones was getting $45 million, you had to pay Kirk more than that.
Right.
And he has shown he's better than that, way better than Daniel Jones. But they had to give some insurance. Think about that.
Where I was shocked is when they drafted Penix.
When they drafted Penix, that's when they really hit me more that they're not 100% sold.
That my thing was like, all right, when you signed Kirk, I get it. When they drafted Penix, I was like, what? Yeah. And I know they tried to talk their way, but like, go watch that video when the pick goes in and then the owner walks in. And it's just like, excuse me? Not that he probably signed off on it, but I think there's of the wildest owner video we've seen. How nice is it to not have to worry about owner video?
Yeah.
But Mara saying he ain't going to sleep at night if Saquon goes and crushes it. and that
he is doing.
Right. And Arthur Blank down there. I don't know. I am fascinated to see. I really want to see Michael Penix. I loved him at Washington. I remember David Aldridge correctly, in hindsight, saying, I wonder if it was when we were all in Seattle for that Skins game and we went to the Washington Husky game the day before and watched Penix in person. I remember DA saying, you know, I keep hearing all these draft experts tell me everybody else is better than this kid, but then all I do is see this lefty throw deep touchdowns. I mean, he's got game for sure. I think there were questions with the medicals.
Let me ask you a question.
Fascinated to see this.
You see left-handed quarterbacks come along every so often and they're good at what they do, but you don't always see a lot of them. Is there a bias against them? Because if you look at the history of it, it's a lot of them. It's not right-handers, not left-handed, but Bill Belichick made that left-footed punter even more prevalent because at one point you would have one, maybe two in the league, and they would have so many guys fumbling balls. Now it's well over 10 of them, left-footed punters. The left-handed quarterback, are they just, are they not any good ones? Or you just,
it was our guy Steve.
You got a little thing against Steve Young was damn good.
Well, when we were in Philly, our guy Steve asked this trivia question. I think there's 3 lefties that have won a Super Bowl. Steve Young's one of them. I want to say it was Stabler, maybe is another one.
Kenny.
It's weird because it's not weird. My youngest daughter is a lefty, and we're realizing that you have to do a lot of things different.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to teach her stuff that I'm not that good at righty, but I'm trying to teach her lefty. And
Uncle B will come help out.
But I also think there are just from a straight up numbers standpoint, there's probably fewer lefties out there, right? Like isn't right-handed people like 75% of the population?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I'm sure some left-handers out there, but it's like
I don't know. That is an interesting
automatically, this kid comes along and we watched him in college. He was dropping dimes as much as any quarterback out there. But for some reason, they were like, oh, he's not better than other guys. Then he slips and he jumps into the top 10.
Right.
Okay. And now they're trying to see what he's about. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's interesting. I do wonder, my boy McBrien, you know him, Scott McBrien at Maryland, was really good. He was a lefty, and at that time was considered small, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that impacted his pro prospects. Now, where Bryce Young is 5'9" and 165 pounds, you wonder how that stuff evolves. I wonder for you if you ever would have been converted from a quarterback now. You know what I mean? It's just different times.
It's just like this. You come in with a mindset, I was never the guy to say I got to play a position.
Right.
I was the guy that tried to learn every damn position so I could have many opportunities. It worked out.
Listen to this. Michael Penix. I'm reading from Jordan Schultz here. So he was going to Tennessee.
Mhm.
Volunteers pulled his offer 2 weeks before signing day. He had been committed to them for 2 years. How messed up is that?
What you think they're saying right now after he did all the stuff he did in college?
It's stuff like that that makes me not feel bad for the coaches that have to chase all these kids in the transfer portal.
I think they need it.
So
they believe in.
Indiana offers him, and he tears his ACL as a freshman. Eventually, he does well at Indiana, but then he tears his ACL again. Florida Atlantic and Washington, no NIL money. Goes to Washington with Damon Heward's son ahead of him and beats him out. AP Player of the Year. Goes 25-3 at Washington. Wins a ton of awards. They go to the Natty. They lose, but they go to the Natty. Falcons draft him 8th overall.
One thing you know, he's not a quitter.
Dude, not a
persevere.
What about the resilience for this?
Resilience. He works through stuff. That right there, sometimes the story isn't just told early. You know, you have, let's say, 50 chapters in a book. The first 5 to 10 could be some boring stuff. The next 40 be special. And that's how he's done for his career. So let's see what it's about.
Yeah, man. We got a packed show. All right. We had to just kind of react to the biggest sports news of the day yesterday, the match, my match. B. Mitch went to, did you go to the red course and play 9?
Nah.
Okay. But Kirk getting benched is just wild. It's especially wild considering the money, considering our history with Kirk.
Yep.
But our history has something far more important, and our future looks far brighter after some news that came down yesterday, became official last night. We're talking RFK Stadium, what it means for the city, what it means just for us as humans. Next.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
The Commanders are another step closer to potentially returning to D.C. A provision to transfer the old RFK Stadium site from the federal government to D.C.'s control is going to be included in Congress's short-term spending bill, which lawmakers are racing to pass since there is a looming government shutdown. So they're expected to vote on that this week, and the Commanders' RFK Stadium site will be included in this. So not only does this bill give the D.C. long-term control of the location, but it also allows D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser to negotiate a deal to bring the Commanders back to town. So this situation was boosted by the decision of Maryland senators to ditch their opposition to the team, allowing the team to come into D.C. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Right now. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live out in Ashburn, Virginia. Something big happened last night, folks. The Senate passed a continuing resolution. That's how they fund the government. So whenever you hear, the government, what do they call it? Government shutdown? Government shutdown avoided. They figured out the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a huge part of that is, as people that listen, if you're listening to us, you're probably aware of this, was getting the RFK language into that bill to get RFK out of federal government control and into city government control.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been a huge hurdle that many thought would never happen. It happened last night. Page 225 of the continuing resolution. I read now. Section 604. Transfer of administrative jurisdiction over RFK Memorial Stadium campus to District of Columbia. Exercise of transfer authority. Transfer not later than 180 days after the date of the enactment of this act. The Secretary of the Interior, acting under the authority of United States Code, shall transfer administrative jurisdiction over the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus, subject to a declaration of covenants with the district, which is consistent with the succeeding provisions of this section, and which includes other such terms as may be agreed by the Secretary and the district. What they're telling you is DC's in charge. Now, the House still has to approve this. That vote is expected to happen before the end of the week. All the Capitol Hill people say this thing's a go. This thing is full go.
Yep.
And
it's like a little snowball on its way down the hill.
We had Mark Seagraves on yesterday from NBC4, who knows how this stuff works, especially from the DC side. There is going to be, take this win, smile broadly, give your neighbor a hearty handshake. Be happy about this, right? Mm-hmm. That's not to say there will not be pearl clutching and grandstanding from district politicians over the next month, 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. That's going to happen. There's going to be people that tell you, billionaires should pay for their own stadiums. I understand that sentiment. I understand why people would be upset that government funding is going to a stadium and not towards new buses or more metro stops or low-income housing, whatever you want to call it. But you got to think big picture on this. You know what's helping the city? Navy Yard.
Yeah.
And the wharf. And you know what would have killed the city? If the Wiz and the Caps actually went to Alexandria.
But the people gotta understand, listen, I understand exactly what you're saying, and yes, they should pray for some portion. But they're going to be bringing stuff to your city that you wouldn't ordinarily get if you didn't have a legitimate stadium. And a new stadium would more than likely have some level of a dome on it. It'll be a lot of stuff around it. You're talking about Final Fours. You're talking about a possibility of Olympics and things of that nature, Super Bowl. So you're telling me if the billionaire was to come in and build a stadium by himself, when all that stuff come in, should he get all that money? No, you wouldn't like that, would you? So the stadium, I mean, a lot of governments understand, yes, it seems like something that's odd, but the amount that could come from it is very, very fruitful for the city.
You just got to think big picture. And I understand that there are economists that will tell you, well, I don't know what the city's going to have to put up cash-wise, right? If it was $500 million for the arena downtown, this might be $1 billion. Now, I know for a fact the NFL has a slush fund that they're going to kick
for
in.
new stadiums, yes.
They're going to kick in on this. If I had to guess, the NFL number is probably going to be $200-300 million. And then if I had to guess,
they've been wanting this one so long, they may drop a little bit more.
Roger Goodell personally wants this one.
He's been walking the halls.
He grew up going there.
The actual stadium went in Arizona. So after that game was over, Tanner and I hung around a little bit, so we were able to enjoy that little area around it. I don't know what they paid for that stadium. I don't know what the city gave, whatever. But I can tell you one thing. They lost that game, but the whole area was hustling and bustling. And they made some damn money that day.
Now, that area is pretty far outside of downtown Phoenix. You know what that area did is they built that stadium, gave them a sweetheart deal, and now all of a sudden that area bumps, and it's got a casino and restaurants and all sorts of stuff. So, like, I think the potential – so my boy Yuri, you know my buddy Yuri, my lawyer up in New York, texted me this morning because he saw the news, and he's like, yo, is this just sentimental value or is there real reason for this? And I think you got to look at it twofold. The sentimental value is going to be a driver here. It clearly is for Harris and Rails.
Yeah.
These guys talk about going to RFK. I talk
the
about
billionaires that say we grew up going there. We would love to have it right here.
Right. You talk about playing there. I went there, and it wasn't just – I mean, Skins games are by far what I remember most, but HF Festival was legendary. I mean, I went to that Tibetan Freedom concert.
Really both fight there.
Dude, I saw Guns N' Roses play there.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Paul McCartney play there. It's an iconic venue in the city. I mean, right down the street from the United States Capitol. Great cities of the world have great stadiums. This should happen. But beyond the sentimentality, right? And honestly, what I think should be a feeling of freaking patriotism. But beyond that, the infrastructure is so great. Mm-hmm. The metro's right there. They have all that parking. Now, some of that's going to change, right? Like some of that parking will get converted into other stuff, whatever. But there's so many more routes to get to that stadium. Like if you're
that water route can be built up too now,
dude. Yeah,
and that's another possibility of businesses to create something to make money too.
Bro, you can park in Alexandria and take a boat. You can park in Georgetown and take a boat. That's a real thing. Mm-hmm. You can come 8th Street, South Capitol, Benning Road. Like, there's just so many ways to get there beyond just having to rely on 295, which has an exit that goes directly into the parking lots, right? And then if you look at the wharf, you look at Navy Yard, like Salt Line. I'm blanking on the name of the margarita restaurant that's on the roof of the wharf. Like, you have waterfront property.
Yeah.
You know how valuable that is, and you know how you could build a tax base out of that.
Oh, you can.
And I'm cognizant that
most people don't look that far. Most people just look at one thing. Oh, it's a billionaire. It's the first thing they think. But you don't understand that they normally generate money.
Well, here's the thing, because you could say, okay, if you just open this area up for development, you could make the same. You could build the tax base up without the city having to put the cash up. And that, I think, is accurate. Like, the wharf was built by billionaire, like not even billionaire, multi-billionaire developers, right? But then they keep all that cash. Like, it's just, there's more to value than just a straight up bottom line.
Seagraves yesterday basically said there's a tax that is on certain businesses that they can keep in place, where it's not just, the government just handing it over.
Right.
It's a tax, and you've been paying it already. You probably forgot you were paying it. And let's be real, too. When you got – I recall coming here in 1990, okay? Right. And the stadium, how stadiums were then, the stadiums wherever they were, and then you go hung out in downtown D.C.
Yep.
We always left Virginia to go hang out in D.C. Virginia started saying, hold on now. We're going to build up some of our areas. So all these town centers started to pop up. So instead of driving away to D.C., you start staying in Virginia or you go over to Maryland, and you got the harbor, you got the casinos and everything, National Harbor and all that stuff there. DC started losing out on stuff. If you build a stadium with some stuff, nice stuff around it, then maybe some of those people still say, I'm still going to go into DC. So we talk about when people stop coming and you don't pay parking and this, that, and the other. You're losing money when people don't come into your city for stadiums and other stuff that is there too. So think about it. Like you said, you got to think big picture, not just single-handedly.
And I think specifically what is just a complete wrong mindset is if you are trying to tell folks that, hey, man, they only play there 10 times a year. What a waste.
That's BS.
That's just the incorrect mindset. Dude, they put all these turf fields in. You can have kids playing flag football year round. You got to think bigger. And I want to be clear on something else specific to Maryland Governor Wes Moore. I was talking with somebody last night. He did not sign the MOU, the memorandum of understanding with the organization, with the Commanders, I believe until after he was assured. You know what sucks? Mm-hmm. Right now when you drive by RFK and it just looks terrible.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Wes isn't going to let that happen in Landover.
No,
they're going to have a plan.
They got to invest in it.
And I support him for that. And I think the Commanders will do right. I think they own the land. They're not just going to let it sit there and rot.
No, not long.
So I think that will work out. I'm not mad at, Maryland's still going to compete for this thing. It's entirely possible, although I don't believe it happens, that the city messes this up. Like, it's far from a done deal, but that's a huge hurdle.
Yep.
Now, it's interesting as we have these conversations about ultimately what is moving, right? Like, what is the future, and having an idea at the big picture while also navigating all the little details involved. If you're considering something like that in your personal life, only one dude to talk to. His name is John Leahy. He's an expert on the DMV housing market, and he can help you and your family as you consider the most important financial transaction of your life.
Just like he helped out Fred. Fred needed to sell his Rockville home, so he called John and the Fan Living Group to get the property sold again. This was Fred 8-time trusting John. Talking about 8 times, people, 6, 7, 8, and his team to get the job done. With John Leahy's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fan Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home also. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's the thing with John. No matter what it is you're trying to figure out, the bottom line, the baseline for a transaction is, what is your house worth? And yeah, you can look around on Zillow or Redfin or whatever, but that's not a real answer. If you want a real answer, you want real insights, go to the home valuation tool at the top of John's website, johnsellsdmv.com. That's John with no H. Click on the home valuation and you're going to get an answer, a real value in about 30 seconds. You might be sitting on a gold mine and not even realize it. Once you know the value, then you can make decisions based on equity, interest rates, all the things. John can walk you through that process. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. GNR, baby. Saw them at RFK Stadium. You know, it'll be interesting because I'm sure it won't be RFK Stadium anymore. It'll be
it'd be some
Amazon Field or whatever.
Who I would pay for it?
Walmart, wonderful, whatever.
Northwest may keep paying.
Yeah, that's true.
That's actually what is that? Southeast, right? Or northeast?
It's on the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally on South Capitol, which divides Southeast from Southwest, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Northwest and Southeast.
Yeah.
Southwest.
I want to say what's up to the stream. Shout out to the stream, youtube.com/1067, I think. Strizzy said good morning first. He said, what up? So good morning.
What up, Strizzy?
I'll tell you what, though, this is kind of funny. My man Gerald Robinson really tried to be first. So Strizzy has the first what up, at least on my version. And then look, Gerald Robinson just kept saying good morning.
Gerald said, hold on. He said something once.
It's a good effort, Gerald. We appreciate you, buddy. This Michael Vick storyline is pretty fascinating.
You kind of threw me off just now. I was looking up like, why am I on both sides of this damn thing?
Greenberg's coming up at 11. You know you don't want to miss Greenberg. Norfolk State, B.
Yeah.
So yesterday we talked about how Schefter reported Michael Vick was going to become the head coach at Sacramento State. Now, I'm no expert, but I believe Sacramento is the capital of California and on the other side of the country. I also know that Mike Vick is from the Tidewater area. And credit to David Teal, who is a longtime ACC Virginia reporter.
He shut it down.
I know he was at – I'm not even doing a bit here. I know he was at the Richmond Times-Dispatch, but I know that paper made a series of terrible decisions, including letting go of our friend Mike Phillips. So I'm not sure where David Teal is writing now, but he was all over this Michael Vick to Norfolk State thing, and he was proven very correct. It's just pretty cool. Mike Vick.
What was the other? Sacramento
State.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. And it had to come from someone significant enough for Schefter to care. You know? It wasn't like somebody in the stream saying it. Like Schefter believed it. Regardless, so that's over. Do you think Vick will find success at Norfolk State?
I think he's going to put it in. I think it got to be someone that's going to be dedicated and put a lot of work into it. And I know that Mike has been involved with a lot of this 707 and a lot of the Little League stuff.
Yeah.
Going, and I think the success of people like Dion and also Eddie George, I think this is making a lot more athletes feel comfortable getting involved with this. And it also tells you players listen to those guys. You know what I mean? Younger players that are trying to get to where you were pay a little bit more attention. You know, and just sometimes in certain of those little areas, just having a familiarity with the guys helps out a lot. I think it'll help. You got to back them up. The school has to also back them up.
Absolutely.
What I don't want to hear and see, you know, if he comes in, you just want to sit back and want to sit here and wait for the fruits of the labor. You got to help and be a part of it. You know, like when Dion left Jackson State, I hated hearing a lot of people trying to knock him. Because what he also did while he was there is bring a lot of notoriety to the area.
Right.
Yes, you had it before, but he brought something that was not there before.
I'll be totally honest. It's possible that to get Vic, there's some level of guarantee towards NIL. But I doubt it's that significant. But I know if I had to guess, to people my age, Michael Vick was probably – maybe it's Randy Moss, and it lasted longer, but Vic was the most electric player.
Being a quarterback, put
in
more.
A generation.
He got
even
more.
Lefty,
yeah,
too.
He got even more bang for the buck because he was a quarterback.
He was just unbelievable. I think the only person you can comp Lamar to is Vic, and I'm still not even sure that Vic wasn't better. Like when he was completely at his best, but whatever. That's a different hypothetical discussion. If Mike Vick comes to your living room, I think you're signing. And I think for him to be in his hometown, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what kind of athletes come from down there?
Oh, my gosh.
That's 757 special, dog.
Now, B, here's the only thing I'll say. we saw Deion have the success at Jackson State, take it to a big, a big program, a Power 5 program, get to Colorado, have success at Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's going to continue to build, even he's not just relying on his son playing quarterback. You know who I would be a little uneasy if I was this person based on the news of Mike Vick taking over in Norfolk State?
At Virginia Tech?
Yeah, I think his name's Purdy or
yeah, but the thing about
what's the coach's name?
But what
PT?
Deion did do, he did take he brought notoriety there when he went to Jackson. He brought a lot of stuff that they didn't have. But when he left, he gave a lot of kids that go to Jackson State and other places like that more opportunity.
Sure.
And you look at Travis Hunter and things that have happened, things changed. And you never know, but like I think we get caught up sometimes trying to say where opportunity needs to be. Opportunity needs to be all over.
Sure.
It could be at a HBCU, it could be at other colleges as well, But the fact of it is you get an opportunity. And some kids ordinarily wouldn't have gotten it if Deion didn't do the things he did.
Brent Pry.
Pry might be worried. Might go there and start doing well. They got problems.
Yeah, man. Pry. Listen, two of, I think, just the most remarkable mistakes a single university can make is they told Steph Curry they didn't want him. Nah, man. Apparently he wanted to walk on, and they wouldn't let him. So he went to Davidson. All he wanted to do was go there because his old man played there.
Mm-hmm.
And then to not hire Shane Beamer, who's been very good at South Carolina. I'll never understand that one. And I'm sure there's more context involved on both of those. But when you have those two things in your rearview mirror, if Mike Vick starts doing well at Norfolk State, don't mess up that call. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team. Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning to discuss the exciting news that both chambers of Congress have rolled out their funding deal, and the legislation includes a provision that transfers the jurisdiction of the RFK Stadium campus from the federal government to the city of D.C. for 99 years. So that would mean that D.C. gets control of that site for the next 99 years, so long as this bill passes, meaning that Mayor Bowser can try to get the Commanders back to D.C. She said that the RFK site is the perfect landing spot for the Commanders. And why is that?
There's no site that can compete with our site. We have the best site in the region, period. And when you think about the connections, the transportation connections, the connection with the river, the views, the support from the fan base, we have the best site.
Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear Ozzy, you hear this song, and it's Wednesday at 11, you know what that means. Time to talk to the one and only Mr. Neil Greenberg. He is the official he's the official stats geek of the B. Mitchell Finley program. And then the job that pays him is as a sports writer and stats geek for the Washington Post. Very important to point out he's not a stats nerd, he's a stats geek. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do?
I'm doing super duper. How are you?
We're good, man. We're good. We're just kind of getting into everything. I often surprise you with odds and ask you to just set numbers out of thin air. But I'm guessing you are pretty dialed into this thing, knowing you. I'm going to go non-football to start here. What do you think the odds are that what do you think the odds are is that a football stadium gets built on the RFK Stadium campus?
I think it's pretty good. I don't know if we get to this point without it being pretty good. I'll be honest, the jet fighter swap was something I was not expecting. I don't know how to model for that. But it's in the continuing resolution. I think it's pretty good. I mean, it sounds like Maryland is kind of already getting in front of it to say that, you know, they're not giving up and they're going to fight for the space, et cetera. But I think it's pretty good. I would say it's better than 50-50.
I agree with you. And I think Maryland, I think Maryland just kind of chills, waits, and says, yo, we got a big old bucket of money if you choose to stick around. Yeah. And if DC messes this up, DC messes it up.
They can also take that big bucket of money and put it into work over there.
Right.
If the Commanders already said they're going to invest over there, you put some more money, you can build that up.
Right, exactly.
And I think we learned from the Monumental situation going to Virginia that it's never over until it's over, right? I mean, like, there's a lot of hoops that need to be jumped through in order to get something like this moving. So, just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and to that point, and I'm just choosing to ignore it all at this point. I got people tagging me. There are politicians, like some senator from Utah. There are politicians that are unhappy with the spending bill that RFK has been attached to. RFK is not even a drip in the bucket. It's like eye drop in the bucket of what this thing has going on. So let all my Capitol Hill people tell me this is good. It'll be over by the end of the week. Cool. Let me see that over first, right? Let's switch to football. Your reaction to Kirk Cousins getting benched?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the injury that he had. What was it in like week 10? Seemed to be affecting him more, perhaps, than we thought. I mean, it certainly looked like the coaching staff was mitigating it by going to a more run-heavy game plan each and every week. This past week, they were like 60% run with the game between 8 points. That was much lower prior to the injury that Cousins
what week
had.
was the injury?
What was the injury, though?
I think
he was on the injury report for what was it, his shoulder and his
early
leg.
November, right?
Yeah,
that's his problem right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe that has something to do with it, but I mean, credit to them for making the move. I know a lot of teams with that much money on the line in terms of contract and everything might not, and also there was a lot of gruff given to them for drafting a rookie quarterback when they had Kirk Cousins on the roster. So now we get to see what he can do, and it's his time to shine.
It's going to be fascinating.
Let me see. He had a shoulder injury. Just like Robert had an injury back in the day and wouldn't admit it. Did he try to play through this thing because he was concerned about what eventually happened anyway?
Yeah, I mean, he was on the injury report for with a right shoulder and a right elbow injury. Mm-hmm. And, at that point, they were running the ball about 40% of the time with a score within 8 points. This past week, it was 62%. The average for the NFL is about 50-50. So there was definitely like a gravitation towards the run more so than the pass. That to me is just, something to talk about. I'm not saying, Kirk Cousins has been injured and that's why he's not playing well, et cetera. But, there was definitely – coaches always know more than I know about their players. Mm-hmm. So just looking kind of like how that game plan changed so quickly overall, just gives me something to think about. Look, whenever you sign a quarterback that's older and has some injury concerns, there's always going to be a risk. We're seeing that now when you hand out a big contract like that. Luckily, Atlanta has a plan B that they can go to. Let's see what happens. We gotta have some time in order to see, if this was a good decision or not.
Right. Well, the other thing that I think is overly simple with they're throwing it less. Kirk's also throwing picks all the time. You know what I mean? So maybe you want to throw it less.
You're right. You're right.
Let me take you back to the game. Is referees lack of intelligence and fairness added in analytics?
I mean, intelligence, no. I think you can definitely see bias. Like we can.
I didn't want to say bias because I didn't think they would be, but yeah, they are.
Yeah, and we see it more so in hockey, the bias in terms of trying to even out power plays, et cetera. But there is some bias both in penalty calls and who it's called on based on score, et cetera. I don't know how quantitative it is. Like I wouldn't necessarily go in and say, well, John Smith's the referee today, so expect more defensive pass interference plays. But I do think that there's some inherent bias in there, and but I also think that overall referees do a really good job. We talk about the outliers because those stick in our mind, and those tend to be the instances that can have repercussions. Can you imagine if the Commanders lost this game and somehow it kept them out of the playoffs? I mean, that would be that would be
nuclear, dude.
Yeah, it would be the story locally for sure, but also on a national level. If it was, like, let's say it happened in the Atlanta game that just got flexed, and there was a playoff spot on the line, and it cost one of the teams a playoff spot. I mean, that would be catastrophic, right? I mean, that would be absolutely catastrophic. So, I do think they have to figure out a way to get the best possible call. I will say, the referee being asked, when did you notice it was a mistake, and him kind of bailing on the presser, that I think is something that shouldn't happen. I mean, answer the questions. A mistake was made. Everyone makes mistakes, but at least own up to it and try to explain what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the pool report was an absolute joke. It's non-reviewable. That's all I got for you here. What an absolute joke.
We need to stop eating weights.
I want to switch gears, Neil. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. You can give him a follow at @ngreenberg. Of course, check out all his work in the Washington Post. Commanders got a tough one this weekend, okay? The Eagles are coming to town. They've won 10 in a row. They just demolished the Steelers. That the way they finished that game is we're better than you and we know it kind of drive. Where do you have the Eagles in your power ranks? What do you make of this team Philly has put together that no matter what the strife may be, they just keep winning ball games?
I have Philadelphia number 1 right now.
Man.
I said this a while ago, even before the winning streak, that Philadelphia was not playing the way we expected them to, but a lot of it, like the underlying metrics looked really good. And then they went on the heater. I think they're a really good football team. I think they're a really well-balanced team. They're obviously very good offensively. They're extremely good defensively. The pass rush is very good. Their coverage is very good. They can protect their passer. They can do a lot of things. So I do think that they're probably the most well-rounded team in the NFL. This is a tough one for Washington. I mean, I don't necessarily think Washington needs to win this game to come out and looking okay. If they can keep it close like they did with Baltimore, I think that's a huge win. But this one's going to be tough. This is probably their toughest task to date. So we're going to see, we're going to see how they measure up.
Where is Kansas City? They scored 21 in this game, and I think
Kansas City. I got to tell you, I got something coming out with Kansas City. They're just not as good as their record says they are. I mean, I have them as 8th in the league. They've won a lot of close games, which could easily flip. Patrick Mahomes is not playing as well as he has in years past. The defense isn't as good as we've seen it be. I think Kansas City is certainly a playoff contender. I think they're a team that you don't want to play in the playoffs, but them being the second choice coming out of the AFC to win the Super Bowl, I think is probably a little too optimistic for me. I think Baltimore and Buffalo are both better. I think they're a lot better. I personally am fading Kansas City as like a legit Super Bowl contender to continue the dynasty, defend their title. And I got something coming out on this in the next couple days.
So if you were going to put, so you'd have Philly, then Buffalo, then Baltimore as your picks. Where's Detroit?
6th. I have Green Bay up there. I have Minnesota up there. I would say my like the top tier is now like a mix, but I do like Philadelphia, Buffalo, Baltimore. Detroit's up there. Detroit's very good.
Does the injuries make you think that about
I'm sorry,
Detroit?
say again?
The injuries make you not have much faith in them?
And yeah, I mean, I do now. Like, look, this is just me like looking at what's been done and what I think is going to happen. We'll learn more about Detroit and how they can mitigate that stuff as we go. But I think right now, they're a really good football team. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 double-digit win teams, 3 from the same division. that's tough. I mean, that's tough. And that's tough to kind of like say this team is definitely better than another team. You know, we talked about this on the show before with analytics. Like, there's a lot I don't know, and there's a lot I can't account for. Like, I can't account for just the intimidation factor that happens when Patrick Mahomes is down a score, has got 2 minutes to play. You know, I don't necessarily care how healthy he is. The defense is going to be worried, right? Like that's just how it is. So there's a lot that I don't know. But I do think that we know Philadelphia, Buffalo, Baltimore are really good teams on not breaking ground here. And those are the teams that I'm looking at to make a deep run in the playoffs.
Let's get back to Washington. I'm not sure you're incorrect with any of those. I think Philly ends up getting the 1 seed in the NFC. I think that'll make a big difference. I honestly kind of think Minnesota might get the 2. What if Detroit is the best team all year and then fall to the 5? What a wild league this is. Washington's win in New Orleans, you can look at it as a team that has the resiliency to pull off wins no matter what, or you could look at it as, oh my God, they barely beat New Orleans. How you feeling about Washington? Give me the power rank. Tell me what you think happens here down the stretch.
I think Washington is in control of their own destiny. They play Philadelphia, tough game, then they play Atlanta and Dallas. Obviously, whoever the 1 seed is, if they have to play, then that's a tough game.
The 2 seed.
The 2nd seed, the 3rd seed. Those are tough games.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard it's going to be hard for Washington to win a playoff game, I think, this postseason, only because if they play Philadelphia, that's really tough. If they have to play Detroit, that's really tough because those would be road games. Is there a chance they can play Tampa? That's the best case scenario right now, but something's got to happen between Minnesota and the Packers. There just seems like a lot of moving parts there. I know those two will play each other. Minnesota still has to play Detroit. But I don't know if they can jump. I don't know if Washington can jump 2 of those teams. So I think it's going to be a tough first round matchup on the road. They might be 6-7 point underdogs.
Yeah, I kind of think that's what you're going on the road to Detroit or Philly or Minnesota. Sure, what it looks like, because Tampa looks like they're hot at the right time. Green Bay doesn't look like they're giving anything up. It's going to be difficult, but you play good teams in the playoffs, man.
Yep.
Like you play all year to show you're good and you belong in the playoffs. Do you have any pause? They beat the hell out of Tennessee, but in their last 3 games, you escape New Orleans, and I think road wins are always more difficult. You escape New Orleans, you beat the hell out of Tennessee, and you lose to Dallas. Any pause about where this team is headed kind of as we progress?
No, I think that they're probably right where they should be, right? They're playing in a conference in a division that has the Eagles, who we thought would be one of the best teams in the NFL before the season started, and they ended up being. And we didn't think necessarily the Washington was going to be a playoff team. So for them to be the 3rd wild card team, I think is pretty good considering what we thought we were going to be looking at with this squad coming into this year. Making the playoffs in year 1 of a retooling, I think is amazing. Everything that we wanted to see from Washington from an optimistic point of view so far has happened. Jaden Daniels, real deal, being healthy, Terry McLaurin's having a tremendous season, et cetera. So just getting the playoffs, that's a win. If you win a game, great. If you don't, you've accelerated the rebuild by a year or 2. Just let's see what you can do in year 2.
I agree with you.
Totally.
Greenberg, would you like to wish Jaden Daniels a happy birthday?
Sure, but then he's got to wish me a happy birthday in May.
I'll let him know.
All right.
May what?
May
19th.
what? Okay. All right. We won't talk to you next week. It's Christmas next Wednesday. I hope you and your family have a great holiday. I think Hanukkah's the same time as Christmas this year, right?
Yeah, it's all at the same time. My kid thinks he's getting like a truck full of gifts.
All right. Well, I hope he does. Daddy's got the money, son. Daddy's got the money. Last thing, Greenberg, I think this is interesting. I did that Washington Post reveal of the year thing on the app. It was a really cool feature. I told Nikki and Sam that at the Superdome, but I just noticed you did yours, and this is weird because you and I are pretty different people. We had the same top author, Aaron Blake.
Oh, wow. That's great for him because that shows that he's really reaching a nice cross-section of readership. I think he's one of our best
like smart
writers.
people like you and dumb people like me.
I was about to say the same thing.
Well, shout out to Aaron Blake. We got to get him on the show. Apparently he's a big soccer fan based on his Twitter profile. Thank you, Greenberg.
All right, Greenberg.
Appreciate you, bud.
All right. Happy holidays to you all. I love you. I will talk to you guys soon.
All right, brother. Take care,
See you, man. It's funny talking to Greenberg and talking about this dude, Aaron Blake. We're talking about some of the best people at their jobs in the DMV. And as you start to think about some of the best people at their jobs in our area, I can't help but think about the Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years, man. You stay in business over 100 years in this competitive ass city,
right.
You're doing something right. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly, all the makes, all the models, great finance deals. They've got it all, including the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And that Lifetime Edge gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and you have that lifetime engine guarantee. You buy a car from Oarsman, they're going to be taking care of you as long as you own that car, and they will. You can bring it back to them, and they'll work it out for you. And there's more good news. If you're trying to sell a car, Oarsman will pay you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value. Everybody else try to drop below 100, they take it above 100, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. So take it from JP and I to beyond satisfies Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Do it.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In a dramatic shift, the Ivy League's football teams are now going to be able to compete for FCS national championships. So starting in the 2025 season, the Ivy League teams are going to be able to play in FCS postseason. The Ivy League has confirmed with the NCAA that the league's winner will get an automatic bid to FCS playoffs starting in 2025. And Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies to discuss the possibility of the Commanders returning to D.C. Now, a vote is expected to take place this week to stop a government shutdown. Now, that's going to include a provision to transfer the old RFK Stadium site from the federal government to control by D.C. for the next 99 years. Now, we are still quite a few steps away from the Commanders calling D.C. home, but passing this is a massive step in the right directions, and the Commanders coming back to RFK. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture. We've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right. Strizzy, I'm going to publicly chastise you, sir. This is not a nice comment. Now, let's see if Jeff will highlight it in the stream, as he likes to do when somebody insults one of us. Strizzy in the chat said that people at Commanders games mistake Jeff for Major Tutty. I can't believe you said that, Jeff.
Strizzy probably can't even run down the street without sweating, so I'm not going to entertain that.
I'm just saying, Jeff, I can't believe somebody compares you to Major
that's messed
Tutty.
up, man. Jeff, we got your back.
Yeah, I would never let somebody compare you to Major Tutty. Jeff.
I would never let no one compare you to Woody from Toy Story, JP.
Oh, you do look like Woody.
Yo, when I was in the Virgin Islands, somebody said to me, I didn't know how to handle this. He's like, it was this dude that was driving this cab we were in. He's like, hey, you know who you look like? And I know that's a terrible Caribbean accent. I was like, who? He's like, Forrest Gump. And I was like, thanks.
I think I'll go home now.
Yo, I don't think anybody wants to be compared to Forrest Gump, man. Damn. All right.
Jedi.
The Commanders are obviously playing the Eagles this weekend. This Eagles thing remains weird. Like, it's just hard to get a read. So, and Brandon Graham is now out for the year, maybe done for his career just based on his age and coming back from the injury. I don't know that part.
Uh-huh.
But Brandon Graham keeps
he said something else.
Well, so, all right, hear me out here. So Jay Glazer, in the Fox NFL podcast, Glazer came out and said the following. And Glazer's usually pretty dialed in, right?
Yeah.
This is per Jay Glazer on Fox NFL podcast about the Eagles situation. The drama was way bigger outside the building than inside the building. The first team meeting after Brandon Graham said what he said, the last time Brandon Graham said something, that when he said Jalen and AJ aren't friends. The first team meeting after Brandon Graham said what he said, Jalen and AJ Brown got up and were like, we're good. Just so everybody knows, we're fine. The thing that nobody knows, and this is a credit to Jalen, is in the bye week, Brandon Graham and Big Dom actually went to his house and said, hey, man, we need you to kind of connect more with everybody here. As a quarterback, you can kind of get lost in that. So much other stuff you got to do. And he went out of his way, met with the offensive line, connected. He met with Sirianni like 3 times or several times, connected with him. He went out of his way with Graham, with everybody. It's not out there how good of a job he's done to connect with his teammates.
So if he has to connect with his teammates, something is wrong.
I mean, just hang on. So that's what Jay Glazer said, right?
Mm-hmm.
The JPA football Instagram that, I know the dude that runs this thing. He causes a lot of trouble, but a lot of people follow it. So JPA Football posted a picture, and the caption was, "This is interesting. Jay Glazer mentioned that Brandon Graham and Big Dom went to Jalen Hurts' house during their bye week and told him that he needs to connect more with the team." To which Brandon Graham responded, "Lies, LOL."
Okay, listen, bro. Normally when there's a little smoke, that's fire. So something is going on, and obviously, it amazes me when people outside of locker rooms want to tell players what's really going on inside the locker room. If a player leaked that little stuff, something's happening. Maybe they didn't want it to come out, but something's happening. But ultimately, what it comes down to is that's what they're supposed to do, cover it up. But at one point, when Jalen Hurts first got there, the fact that he was always calm, cool, the fact that he didn't get too high, too low was a great thing. Once he got paid, all that become a problem. So is it jealousy? Because all I do is hear him he does great stuff in the community. He's an upstanding person, and I think he's a damn good football player. But they don't like that? Why? Do you have to always be around the guys to be a part of the guys?
Quarterbacks are always separated.
Yeah, but you're judged differently.
Totally.
So it's amazing to me that type of stuff happens. But if you're winning the games, shouldn't that be what matters?
Now look at the video I just dropped in here, because I continue to think in a self-preservation league where Howie has picked Sirianni and is riding it out with him no matter what, Howie has put together so much talent on this team, they might be able to win. Did you see this video of their D-line coach, Clint Hurt, getting into Sirianni's face on Sunday? Here's the thing. They're beating the Steelers 27-13 in the fourth quarter, and the D-line coach looked kind of pissed at the head coach. You don't see that stuff happen on a lot of sidelines.
Yeah, it seems like he's having.
And Big Dom is right there trying to control the situation.
But the fact that Dom is not getting in between them, that's an aggressive conversation. But that's him letting him know something going on.
It does seem like the D-line coach said something heavy and then kind of slowed down. I don't know that this is the best comp, right? You played against these teams. You're going to know a lot more than me. Big Dom's role with the Eagles is clearly omnipresent and super important. Like, he seems to have to be everywhere at once all the time to keep this ship running.
But when you watch him, he is not separating.
Yeah, on this specifically. Yeah. I'm just saying this is more to the turmoil in Philly. They've won 10 in a row. I think pretty easily.
That is what's supposed to happen.
I think pretty easily they have the best roster 1-53 in football. Mm-hmm. They are loaded. Do you remember? I think Jimmy Johnson built the Cowboys into a powerhouse.
Yeah.
Trade away Herschel Walker. I mean, they just had so much talent on that roster. They win back-to-back Super Bowls. Jimmy and Jerry can't coexist. Jerry fires Jimmy, or Jimmy leaves, whatever technically that was sold as. He hires Barry Switzer.
His boy.
Switzer had no control over that thing.
Yep.
But they just had so much damn talent that they kept winning. They lost to San Fran, then the following year they won another Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. This feels like that to me. Now, that was crazier and more cocaine and more like handguns. This is just like, I don't feel like Sirianni has control, but the team is loaded. Is that you know what I'm saying?
I think that Dallas team was far more ahead of this team. They had already won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Okay. This team right here is trying to get there. There's a lot of little turmoil going on. But when you don't have guidance.
They were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah, but they didn't win it. When you don't have guidance, talent goes to waste. So they are probably better off than what people let on. But whenever you have any little strike, anything going on with this, like you got Brandon Graham talking, you got that picture biz, no one knows what they're talking about.
Sure.
I just feel this is realness, okay? Anybody knows the guy that's supposed to be the guy who controls stuff. If 2 people are arguing and he just has his back to him and he's not getting in between them, it is nothing that's seen to be threatening. But
is a better comp Brian Billick?
What do you mean?
Just a team that was so good, they won, and the coach was there, but the coach was just kind of there.
I think Billy was very instrumental in what went down up there.
He was the OC. That offense stunk.
Yeah, but
Hey,
hey,
I don't know. A lot of
the
people.
offensive line stunk too.
He gets discredited for a
They
lot.
can discredit him, but I'm just saying. I think this situation is so many people.
I think Marvin Lewis. Was
so
more
many
important.
people want something to be going on with the Eagles that every little thing is getting blown out of proportion. They can't be as bad as what people are saying.
Do you think any of that makes a difference this weekend?
No. I think they go come here to play, and if we play well and we get up on them, we can get them. If you don't come in here and play well, you're going to get beat.
Yeah, Philly's good, man. That's a really good team. You know what else is a really good team? The team at Paul Henry's window installation. Paul's redone my house, man. He's changed all the windows in my house, changed all the doors, done a fantastic job. And truly working with Paul is like working with family. His son did all the work in my house, and I've never been more impressed by a contractor. And this is rarely the case. I promise you that. They show up early and they get the jobs done ahead of schedule. It's been remarkable. My Pepco bills are lower. And if you call this month, listen, you're running out of month. It's December 18th. You better call. All month long, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors.
Well, you know, I had Paul come to my house. He did all my windows in my house. And then I had my garage is detached. And used to have a lot of drafty windows and doors over there. Paul has come in. He's changed all the garage doors. He changed the entry doors, the windows and all. And now it's not as drafty. And when I'm out there with the guys on Thanksgiving, Christmas, when we frying out turkeys and all, we don't have to worry about it being so cold like it is outside. It's very, very warm inside. Paul did a great job for me. Listen, Paul is a Commanders fan. Paul, I just got him 2 jerseys for I got a Jaden Daniels and a Terry McLaurin. You know, he does a great job. So anytime you want to get something, I'll try to help him out because I have a few connects here and there. So if you want to get some windows now, call Paul right now to get 10% off windows with the 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn about 12:30. Going to run through NFL power rankings next. We use NFL.com every week, all year. We might need X-Files music for this. I don't know what to make of this. Tyreek Hill, about an hour ago, tweeted out, "It's time for me to go, coach."
Tell him to go from.
That's all it says. I'm Tyreek Hill, official account. "It's time for me to go, coach." There's no punctuation. The hell does that mean?
Was he on practice on the injury report this week?
I mean, today's the first day for the injury report.
Well, I don't know, man. You know what? I am so sick and tired of these guys playing everything through the media, like through social media, like that. They get mad at a little something and they got to go post it. Grown men take care of stuff on their own, so they have to go to the social media to get some little semi-support.
Listen, man, I've never commented on Tyreek Hill's private life. I believe he's had like 6 kids this year by a number of different women. Clearly, he's an active person. The one question I will always have publicly about Tyreek Hill, tell me a receiver that wants to get away from Patrick Mahomes.
He wanted to get paid. They weren't going to pay him there. That's the only way. That's the only way you want to get away.
I mean, I bet they would have paid him.
They weren't going to pay him $30 million.
Sure. How's it going now? Jeff, what do you interpret Tyreek Hill saying, "It's time for me to go, coach," to me? Landfill, what do you interpret Tyreek Hill saying, "It's time for me to go, coach," to me?
I mean, I feel like it means Tyreek Hill says a lot of stuff. It could mean a couple different things, right?
I honestly think this is just about like getting me the ball.
Yeah,
setting on
exactly.
some deep routes. Because he has been, like last week, particularly, there wasn't much down the field. It was mostly at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
And if you pull up the box score from last week, it was 2 of 36. All right, there was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, B, while we have a minute. Dominique Foxworth. There are times, you and I are real friends and have real conversations off the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've heard or seen any of this. Dominique Foxworth is a Terp, does a lot of work for ESPN.
He was really heavily involved with the PA and the union stuff.
Cool. He accused might be the wrong word. He says Jalen Hurts gets a advantage because he has pretty privilege.
He has what?
Pretty. PR.
Saying that he's a good-looking dude, and so he gets an advantage?
Yeah, I guess.
An advantage on what, though?
He says he has pretty privilege.
No, he has $60 million a year. That's why he get privilege.
Is that a thing?
Who is he getting the privilege from is what I need to know. I mean, that's a half-ass statement. He's getting privilege from who? Women, men, guys, media, what?
And apparently, Le'Veon, we might have to play this audio because this is wild. I'm starting to go down this thread now. On Foxworth's own podcast, he had his wife on it, and she joked about she wishes she was the one doing the tush push on Jalen Hurts. And now he's saying he's got.
She a pretty. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with his face. She want to touch his butt. So is he jealous now because his wife said that about Jalen Hurts?
I don't know, man.
I don't listen, bro.
I don't
understand the pretty privilege.
Is that a thing? I've never heard that.
I've never heard that before.
Landfill.
But let's just normally when you're a prettier person, you get more things offered. You get more people coming after you. That happens. This is life. The pretty girl, the ugly girl, the pretty guy dance, it happens. So why is he bringing that up? Because his wife says she want to be doing the tush push. Maybe his tush is not cushy. I don't know. Maybe I don't get it.
Landfill, are you familiar with pretty privilege?
Yeah, of course. How do you think I've got this far?
Do you think Jalen Hurts is advancing because of it.
You got to ask somebody
I
else.
think Jalen Hurts is getting paid because he could play.
Listen, man.
The unfair advantage that people who are considered attractive receive due to their appearance.
I mean,
some people may say
that's probably a
Foxworth.
thing.
Some people may say
I don't know.
Foxworth got pretty privilege.
How does that impact a football game?
It doesn't.
You got a helmet on.
In a football game, all the dudes want to knock the hell out the dude that's supposed to be pretty. Okay? So why is he saying it? It has no bearing on the football game.
I think we are you know what? I think we're going to go to break. Power rankings next.
The Commanders are another step closer to potentially returning to D.C. So, a provision to transfer the old RFK Stadium site from the federal government to District of Columbia control is going to be included in Congress's short-term spending bill, which lawmakers are racing to pass. It should be voted on this week. Now, not only does this bill give the District of Columbia long-term control of the location, but it also allows D.C. Mayor Bowser to negotiate a deal to bring the Commanders back to town. So, what are those next steps going to be? Well, Mayor Bowser joined the Junkies this morning to break it all down.
The next steps are we will proceed with demolishing the current site. We will proceed with developing our vision, having discussions with the team, community, and our stakeholders. And we will aim to have an agreement with the team.
So it's not a done deal yet, but the Commanders are one step closer to playing at the RFK Stadium site. And huge news in the college football world, starting in the 2025 season, the Ivy League teams are going to be able to play in the FCS postseason. So the Ivy League has confirmed with the NCAA that the league's winner is going to get an automatic bid to the FCS playoffs starting in 2025. So things just got a lot more interesting over in college. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west.
Mm-hmm.
We're out in Ashburn. We're going to hear from Dan Quinn in probably about a half hour. You know, one thing, I think Keim reported this, but I think one thing that's going to be pretty interesting, I want to say it's John. If it's somebody else, forgive me, whoever said. One name we hadn't thought about in a long time was John Allen.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's possible he could get back.
I heard someone saying that.
I think Keim reported it, but
someone said that. What was it? I think over the weekend.
Yeah, I think
a fan actually asked me that. Yeah.
I
said, I don't know, bro.
It revealed that the pec, I think it was his pec, right? There was a torn muscle. Yeah, it was torn pec, but the surgery revealed it was only partially torn. I saw him. Where were we? In New Orleans. I saw John in New Orleans. I haven't actually talked to him, but it might be worth a little update on that from old DQ. Right now, though, time to get to our power rankings. Every week we go through power rankings. We use NFL.com just to try to have some, consistency. We use the same dude every week, Eric Edholm. We've had him on the show. I generally like his look and feel for the game. I don't think it's particularly reactionary and definitely not hot takey. So many of these things are so hot takey. They're just trying to create more content churn by putting something outrageous in there. Who would you say is the number one team in football, Brian?
Number one team in football to me is still the Detroit Lions. They still scored 40-some points against the Buffalo Bills with those injuries.
You're still saying Detroit.
Yep.
Not Philly.
Yep.
Why not Philly?
I still just think Detroit overall the better team. I think they overall the better team.
All right, NFL.com has Philly.
And I'm trying to piss off that dude Bilal in what's called too.
What? Some dude in the chat?
Mm-hmm. Him what the hell I'm supposed to do.
Who's dude? What's interesting is, You always tell me never to let like Twitter and all
I
this
like
stuff.
to have fun with people.
But the chat you are more into than all.
No, I look at the chat and stuff. I laugh at a lot of it. I just like to have fun with it.
Right.
You take that stuff to heart. I don't.
No, the chat I definitely don't take to heart. Of all the rankings of what I take to heart, the chat is dead last. Landville, who would you say is number one top team right now?
Probably the Eagles.
I think the way they beat down Pittsburgh, pretty impressive. They were able to throw the ball. And A.J. Brown, after the game, I did like his quote. A.J. Brown caught 8 passes for $110 and a touchdown. And after the game, he did tell everybody to shut up. I kind of like that. Saquon didn't really get going. But
don't say that after you have a game with 2 catches.
Yeah, right. The Steelers' defense is also quite good.
Yeah.
All right, so you would say Detroit won. Landville would say Philly won. I can understand Philly being 1 right now. Who would you say is 2, B?
Philly.
About you, Landini?
I don't know, the Bills.
NFL.com says the Bills. And we've had this debate with college football about strength of schedule and who have you beaten. The Bills have now beaten the Chiefs, their only loss of the year, and the Lions. Lions have lost twice this year. One of them was to Buffalo, and the Bills beat the Chiefs too. Now, were both those games at home, or Detroit was in Detroit, wasn't it? I'm going to look that up. But the Bills are playing really well, and I think a lot of football is when you're playing your best. It's not just playing your best, but when. And now is the time you want to be playing your best over this next month or so. Yeah, dude. Buffalo was in Detroit and beat them like that. That's a pretty impressive win. I think the Bills are playing really well right now. I think Detroit, with all the injuries and everything else happening, is kind of limping to the finish line here a little bit.
47 points.
Yeah, but
That's not limping.
B, they were down 20.
They still scored 47 points. I don't care what they were down.
They gave up 48.
They can't. Yeah, they did. But they were coming through in the end, so that team still can play.
Undeniably. Detroit's still very good. What do you think the loss of David Montgomery does to Detroit? When you think of Dan Campbell, Montgomery is kind of like him on the field.
He is, but now you got to use that extra talent of Gibbs now. Because he can do as much. Montgomery is like the leader and the power dude.
Yeah.
Gibbs is a badass. They got to figure out a way to utilize all of his talents now.
Well, and I would think with Jahmyr Gibbs, is he in year 3 probably? Right? Because I will say, I love the Lions are what Ron wanted to be, where they don't care about conventional draft wisdom. They're just going to take the person they want when they want them. Mm-hmm. It worked out in Detroit. It did not here in Washington. Yeah, but it's Gibbs. This is Gibbs' second year. Last year was his rookie year, I guess. And don't you have to think some of playing with Montgomery has rubbed off on him, that he wants to just knock your face off?
He should.
You know what I mean?
He got a damn number 14. His receiver. That's the way he plays.
Yo, for sure.
So figure it out, man.
Where do you, of these 4 teams, B?
Mm-hmm.
Eagles, Bills, Lions, Chiefs. Where do you put the Chiefs?
I'm gonna put the Chiefs. I'm starting to. I hear what everybody says. They win.
They certainly do.
The problem with me with the analytics world is this. Well, they won close games.
You're
Who
supposed
gives a
to
damn? You win the game. It's not about you got to win by a certain amount of points. Yeah, that look good for people's pride and for their fantasy leagues and all that stuff. Winning is all that matters. And they've won 13 of them.
13-1. They got a tough slate to close out here. They got Houston at home this week, and then they're at Pittsburgh, at Denver. You think they go 3-0 in those?
It's possible.
Bro.
Or if they, what is Buffalo? Buffalo is what, 12-2 or?
I think Buffalo has 3 losses.
11-3. If they mess around and beat Houston this week, they may be chilling in one of those last games.
Yeah, the Bills have 3 losses.
Yeah. If they win to Houston this week, all of a sudden now
The
they have a chance to chill in one of the games.
The Bills have a much easier road home. They got the Pats twice and the Jets.
Mhm.
It's easy to find the stuff Kansas City doesn't do well. You know what they do well?
Close out games.
Well, to that effect, they are first in the NFL at third down conversions. You want to win tight, stay on the field.
They stay on the field. They give themselves chances. And in a world where people only give a damn about offense, their defense keep them in all the games to allow the offense to be able to close out the game. They don't get respect for that.
And
they're in all these close games. How many points are people scoring against them?
the whole world knows on third down, generally what happens. Mahomes to Kelsey.
Mahomes throws to Kelsey, and they complete them all the time. But my question would be to you.
Kelsey on the season has 41 catches for first down. I mean, that's just absurd. Kareem Hunt has been their lead dog running back most of the season. He only has 34 runs for a first down.
All right. I want to know, what do their defense do? How many points they're giving up? How many yards they're giving up?
They've been good. Fifth in points allowed, fifth in yards allowed.
That's why they are 13-1, more than the offense. But people don't want to give credit to defenses in this day and age. They want to just give credit to the offense. Even though they have Pat Mahomes, their defense is carrying them more than anything.
And you are not, if I recall, concerned about the Mahomes high ankle sprain.
They didn't. They said it was a mild one.
I
saw him with a real one, and he played the next week.
Super Bowl.
So wait.
Man, I'm trying to see if they keep receptions for first down stats. I wonder if Kelsey wouldn't be leading the NFL. For me, if you're going Eagles, Lions, Chiefs, Bills, I mean, that is just such a loaded group. I do think Baltimore deserves some conversation in that.
Yeah.
But
Baltimore lost to two teams that they shouldn't have lost to completely.
And, man, Lamar and Josh Allen, I would say.
Lamar is playing out this world, bro.
Yeah, he and Josh Allen both are.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That MVP race is nuts. Every week you hear people like, oh, well, it's definitely Lamar. Oh, well, it's definitely Josh. They're both playing crazy, but both those dudes have entered the Karl Malone zone where, unless you get it done in January,
nobody cares.
Congratulations.
Lamar has one person with more touchdown passes than him, right? That's Joe Burrow, right?
I'll pull it up.
I think Joe Burrow has one more than Lamar.
So I did pull this up. Kelsey has 41 catches for a first down. He ranks 21st in the NFL. Number 1, Jamar Chase. 2, Amon-Ra. 3, Jefferson. Where do you think Terry is on that list? Tied for 8th, I believe. I'm doing the math right. 48 catches from McLaurin have gone for first downs. Pretty impressive, right?
Yeah.
Burrow is the passing leader in the NFL. He's almost at 4,000 yards already. And I'll give you touchdowns. I know who the INT leader is.
Cousins.
Yeah, which is crazy, man. That's a dude that has largely protected the football. Burrow leads in yards, touchdowns, yards per game.
How many touchdowns? Yeah,
36.
How many Lamar? 34.
Lamar is at 34.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, if you add in whatever he's done on the ground. Yeah. And I don't know this, but Lamar, I would say the yardage is significantly more than it's been.
Yeah.
And here's the other part. Lamar has 34 touchdowns against only 3 picks.
Yeah. That says a lot.
Yeah, and Lamar is leading the NFL in yards per attempt, area adjusted yards per attempt, quarterback rate. I mean, Lamar's having an outrageous season. Josh Allen has only 25 touchdowns, but I wonder what he's got on the ground. Allen on the ground. It's so annoying that they list it separately. Dude, I'll have to look this up because I don't know how many Lamar has. All right, I know this number. Who do you think has more, Allen or Lamar on the ground?
I think Allen has more on the ground.
I'm pulling it up right now. Josh Allen has 11 touchdowns on the ground. Lamar is at only 3.
Yeah.
That's fewer than I would have thought.
He's throwing the ball way more this year than he normally would do.
Well, and you got Derrick Henry at the goal line.
Yeah, you don't need to let him run all
kind of changes things. All right. They survived in New Orleans.
Mhm.
Where do we think the Commanders land on the power ranks?
Knowing this league,
That was a straight up survival.
they survived, but still, they won the game.
So you're better off surviving than not.
Yeah. So, I mean, people is like, oh, you survived. You won a damn football game. I'm going to go number 12.
B's at 12. I'm guessing Landfill looked. I don't think Jeff is there. 10.
10.
I'm reading now. Leading 17-0 well into the third quarter with the Saints starting quarterback for the day benched. The Commanders went into a shell. They grew conservative on offense, settling for one more field goal and missing another try. Throughout the day Sunday, they killed themselves with negative plays. 8 sacks, 5 runs for negative yardage, and 9 penalties, and ultimately nearly gave up the game. Washington also was 2 all or nothing offensively, undercutting big gains with lost yards. Jaden Daniels found some early rhythm and was accurate with his throws, but the sacks kept adding up. A playoff spot is there for the taking, and the Commanders keep playing with their food. Coming off their Week 4 bye, they look sharp early and fizzled late, and their postseason credentials are certainly in doubt. This coming Sunday brings a telltale showdown with the red-hot Eagles, which could reveal whether the Commanders are capable of making noise in the playoffs, assuming they do, in fact, get in. I think that's pretty fair, honestly.
Mhm.
That game looked like it was over early, and they weren't able to get it done late. I got to say, though, I don't hate the spot this weekend for Washington.
What, 10?
No, of the game this weekend. Dude, you got Philly just had to be very, very excited for that Battle of Pennsylvania, the game against Pittsburgh. And they deal with all that internal strife all week. They go out, they look really good against Pittsburgh.
Mhm.
Next week, Philly's got the Cowboys at home. Now, the Cowboys aren't much of a draw at this point, but the Cowboys are slowly winning, could finish with a winning record, all of these things. Road trip down to Washington. Oh, man, we already beat them. We beat them 26-18. Wasn't even close. I'm just saying, I don't mind the spot this weekend for the Commanders.
Yeah, spot is good, but still, the Commanders got to go out there and take the game. They got to go out there and take it to them, and they can't be hoping for that. They got to come out here and say, we're going to play from start to finish. We get opportunities like we did in the previous game, we're going to score touchdowns. You go out and you can do that, then you got a chance with it. But I don't care what team you play in this league. If you give them confidence by you keep faltering, you're going to lose.
A little bit of news, breaking news here on the Fan that we just talked about. Go figure. Like we maybe thought something might happen. The Washington Commanders announced they have opened the 21-day practice window for defensive tackle Jonathan Allen. Doesn't mean anything immediate, but
They open in 21 days.
they only got 3 games left.
Yep. You open in 21 days, normally mean they can play within those 21 days, would mean he'll be playing within those 21 days.
Well, and with maybe it's even with the goal of playing 28 days from now.
Right.
Or 26.
You don't want him to play before the playoffs.
Sure. I think if they opened it up now, like
Crowder was open
procedurally,
last week, wasn't he?
yeah.
Where did he play? Where was he on Sunday?
I think J-Mo could have played 3 weeks ago. That was the roster machination. We're just going to keep this roster spot because we don't have to do anything. This one, I think they got to bring him along, but you want to get him playing probably by Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I'm with that.
If you look at a lot of Washington can clinch a playoff spot this weekend, but a lot of stuff has to happen. Next week against the Falcons, it might not be winning in, but it's going to be you got to win to stay in.
Yeah.
And I think that's really good news. I did want to ask my man Jeffrey, what do you think of the Commanders at 10 in the power rankings?
I like it.
Does that seem fair to you?
It does seem fair. I don't think we're top 5. That's the only place I'll look at us next, but it seems fair.
All right, top 10 from NFL.com. They go, these are not our power rankings. They're NFL.com's power rankings. Eagles, Bills, Chiefs, Lions. This one is interesting. Vikings at 5. Minnesota just keeps winning games, dude.
Same thing Kansas City keep doing.
Yeah.
So I mean,
They get way less respect than KC does.
but they keep winning games, and they're not ordinarily a team that wins. Kansas City is the team that won the last 2 Super Bowls,
Right.
and everybody knocked that because they keep winning games. That's why I tell you, analytics is for the birds.
5 Vikings. I think the analytics with Minnesota are actually quite good.
Still for the birds.
Green Bay at 6. Green Bay gets hot this time
Green
of
Bay
year.
can play.
Landfill
They get
had
hot,
the-
and people got to come. When they got to come through Green Bay, that's a problem.
Landfill had the stat. Toyotathon. Shout out to Toyotathon. I drive a Toyota. During Toyotathon, which I think is usually December, right? Because they're trying to sell cars before Christmas. Jordan Love in his career, not during Toyotathon, 29 touchdowns, 25 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love during Toyotathon, 26 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
But what's the relationship with Jordan Love and Toyota? That's what I was trying to figure out.
I don't know, but they should. If Landfill's finding these stats, the people at Toyota need to cut a deal. Get Jordan Love in a Tundra, baby. Green Bay looks good. Green Bay and Minnesota ahead of Baltimore. Interesting. Steelers got shoved around against Philly. I kind of get it. They're down to 8. Denver at 9. Washington at 10. I don't know about Denver ahead of Washington, but you do you.
Hey.
When we come back, you'll hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boost on everything from spreads to over and unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Or visit FanDuel.com/Brian. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser was on air this morning with the Junkies to detail the next step in the stadium development at RFK. The RFK site potential is big.
We will have a DC Parks and Rec indoor sports flex there. We will have a park that connects to the Anacostia River. So like the wharf enliven the Potomac River, and really underutilized waterfront, that's what we know that a development at RFK can do.
Commanders practicing for the Eagles. That's 1 p.m. Sunday at Northwest Stadium. Tonight, GW against Lafayette, 7 p.m. on Monumental. Georgetown hosts Creighton, 6:15 on Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, big Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You know this is Wednesday, and every Wednesday we come out to Commanders Park, and we get a chance to listen to our head coach, Dan Quinn. Let's go out and take a listen.
All right, good to see everybody. How you doing? Well, I thought for us, a really cool week to be back in the division. And in the NFC East, Philadelphia has been the heavy hitters so far this season in the division. So a great challenge for us, and we're pumped to be able to get them back here at home, the fans, and get rocking. So all that said, let's get it cooking.
So you guys open the window on John Allen. What does his possible return mean?
Yeah, well, first, I think it's like a remarkable part of the rehab, John, for him to go through it. There's a lengthy protocol in the return to make sure, we don't miss a step along the way. For us, you've heard us say protecting the team. That's the player too. So we did that with Marshawn, and he's really worked hard, to get ready into this space. So we'll just kind of take it practice as we're going, but he'll be back, in with the team today and going through it.
Where have you seen the progression with Jaden even in the last few weeks? I'm sure you're going to see it continue throughout the year, but is there anything that really jumps out to you?
Sliding. Yeah. I'm just got to have some fun some days, John. It was a big topic week one, if you guys don't forget. I mean, there was a lot of talk. Whole nother discussion. Here's what I would say, John. One of the things that we've worked really hard on is remaining a passer inside of the pocket. When he's got legs to move. And so for him, remaining a passer longer, the guys, stay in coverage longer, the receivers down the field working. So I think that part of the game, there's been improvement, and I would say we're still progressing in that spot. He came in with a really rock solid background. So for me, it's the things that don't show up on the stat sheet. It's checking to the right play. It's getting to the right protection. It's taking care of the football with great decisions. So for us to be, maybe we're +4 or +5, sitting at this part of the year with a, quarterback who hasn't done it before, I think that says a lot to, his ability to make good decisions. And I don't want to call it underrated, but it's a big deal.
Dan, you mentioned the other day when you chose to go for the 54-yard kick at the end by the numbers. That made sense there. I'm always curious, like, what's the line for you with the numbers? Here's what we're going to do versus context. In this case, I just a new kicker.
Yeah.
But whatever the decision is, what's for you that line of the numbers versus context?
Yeah, through the pregame and to make sure how they're striking the ball, how that's going. So that kind of part of it too, Ben, to say we feel comfortable, and honestly, the player feels comfortable at this line to go. So that's really what I lean in on a gut instincts. Inside, it's always a little better, because you're not dealing with other factors that could go with it. But it does have it. You're right. It brings up more context to it. And as I'm starting to learn them more, I'm also, asking, looking, watching, what do I see? What do I hear out at practice? And so those are the things that I look, for. And fortunately for us, it's windy as hell sometimes here at practice. And so we get to be in those moments and those conditions. So we do make it challenging, but there's nothing like the live game at it.
And to stay with that notion of context, we talked the other day about Jaden or the sacks and where Jaden maybe needs to learn some things. Doesn't have a starting center. You guys are missing a bunch of playmakers. Is that like another notion of like, okay, you may think you can do these things normally, and you can, but you don't have these pieces. Maybe consider that when you're making those decisions in the pocket?
I don't think you have to consider the like you're not calling specific plays, with certain players. So it's not like, hey, these are out, we just do everything exactly the same. So you definitely feature people in different ways. So I think in that instance, Ben, it was probably more coincidental than not. I can't tell you that the same results wouldn't have happened if we had, a couple other players there. What I can say is that you're always adjusting and seeing what to do. And at the end of the line, like way too many for us in the game. That's the name of it. So easy to pick back at certain things, but at the end of it, just the number was too high. I wouldn't necessarily put it on a specific person not being available.
Dan, to watch what happened to Ertz and to Chin in the game the other day, we know they'll be in the protocol, they're going through a process, but how difficult is it to see a teammate go down like that and then, frankly, just have to respond to the whistle and play the next play after you've been kneeling, wondering what's going on? Yeah,
for sure. It is a challenge, and it's especially difficult. Both teams were right there in the game. And so at that point, the focus is on the player, and being able to get into the next space. That does take mental training to go on to, the next thing, because you don't want to be callous to say, oh, this next man up or that. That's not what we say at all. But you do have to shift back into, the mode of the game and responsibilities. And that, as a coach, the good news that when you're seeing a player getting up and walking off, that they're with the best of the best in terms from the medical side. And I have certainly been impressed over the weeks of when I've seen people respond in action here. I saw it firsthand with Austin to the field. I saw it firsthand with Noah, where it wasn't the wind knocked out. It wasn't, and you had to dig layers down to find that he had a significant injury. And so that, as a coach, you have a lot of faith and trust knowing that, hey man, these people in the crisis, in the moment when they respond, I always have a lot of respect for that part of it, because that's the same pressure-filled, respond quickly that in that profession is really critical. And I was certainly been impressed, with our team.
And with some of these injuries at key positions, what's impressed you about the depth of this football team, especially playing some meaningful games here in December?
Going into it, you want to have a big, deep crew that you have to take people out at times in practice. You may have even seen that at times in a competitive period. I learned early on, you take some people out into those moments just to see the next player respond. It's a 2-minute drill, and okay, Jeremy is out. It's a 2-minute drill, and you take Wagner out, take the starting center out to create some diversion and adversity in that. So when those times do come, that player's been in those environments as often as you can. From the coaching side, it's really important that every player in the room has the responsibility for the game day. You've heard us talk a lot about development. So it would be unfair to say, just for example, because Chick is sitting here, if he was in the running back room, say, okay, the other 3 are ready, but he'll get there eventually. That would be irresponsible, because we're not developing him, not just the skills, but like the football acumen to go. So each player in the game plan, like they're responsible for that for the week, even if they're unlikely to play in that game. You just don't know when the guy gets sick, something happens at a practice, and the next person has to be available. So I think it's important that of the, like we said, we look at this as like not a 53 or even a 48-man roster, but 65, where it's everybody's, can be into that. And that's why I practice all of the players play, not just on, you've seen the scout teams holding up cards. So I think that's an important piece to this. If you really want a competitive team, the pressure has to be on everyone to deliver. You don't know who could win the game for you. And so you have to put that pressure on them to get that done.
Slowing down Saquon Barkley. For the most part in that first game, you did a good job. Fourth quarter, he broke a couple of long runs. What can you learn from that game of trying to slow down Saquon and kind of lessons learned for this matchup with Saquon coming to town?
Like a lot of great players, he is at his best and has proven to be in the end of games. And so we have to make sure the fit and the tackling on the 5th run is the same on the 25th run. And you have to be able to just continue to do right longer than them. And they've proven this year that they're exceptional at staying at it. And that takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of work to do it over and over again, because like the great player, it just takes the one. And that's what makes over and over, like the grit of staying in it for each down. That's the key to me.
You talk about discipline. So do you lean on your veteran players they all went through it last time against the Eagles? They
Yes.
saw what Barkley did. Do you lean on your veteran players to advise the young guys, hey, different game?
Yep. You go back and watch it for sure, Chick. You have to. And you want to point out the things that you liked. And then, when you think about a game like this, when you're in any division game, what do you need to stop doing? What do you need to start doing? And what do you want to do the same? And so things, whether it might have been a scheme or a technique, hey, that's something we're not going to do. This is something we're going to add. And these other things, stay in that. So what do you want to stop doing? What do you need to start doing? And what do you want to do the same? Each division game, there's both sides. There's some new things that neither team has shown. So that will happen. It's not like a rinse and repeat. Here's the game plan. You dust it off and put it up in front of everyone. All teams are changing and things are different and matchups are there. So that's what's kind of part of the fun of the playing the second time.
Dan, what's unique about Philly's front, particularly Carter and Davis, in terms of their effectiveness, their ability to get into the backfield and disrupt things?
It's interesting, David. They oftentimes you may have one on one side that can win, and you can go to chip there, or somebody that's significant inside that you turn the center slide to. Those are the two main examples. Outside usually helps with tight ends and backs, and inside helps with centers. In this case, they've really got an effective 4-man rush. And so that's what makes the challenge more difficult to say, that's a matchup. You can help to one, you can slide to another, but somebody has the hard down. And so that's what makes it the most challenging to me. And so you want to get into some down and distances that don't favor the defense. Okay, I'll put my ears back and going. So when it's the super long, how do I move the pocket so I don't put myself into those spots? But that's why I think the first and second down part of this game, I'm not going to say it as important as third down because that, extends it. But winning on first and second down is a big piece of this. Both teams are aggressive, play on fourth down as well. And so 4-down football, is alive and well, this weekend here at the stadium. So that's the cool challenge for both offenses and defenses, knowing that, hey, they're willing to go take some risk to stay on the field to extend drives. And both teams have had effective fourth down, offenses. So that to me is one of the, real keys to this. You better be ready to play 4 downs.
With John, the initial thought was he was going to be out. He was going to miss the season. When did it start to trend towards he might be able to get back?
Post-surgery to where that started it to say, okay, this is something that, potentially could be there. And then you had to make the next marker. He went up to Manhattan on a checkup. And so once he was able, I would say maybe just a few weeks ago, say this could be a realistic thing. Seeing the surgeon, seeing that process go, because he looked not like a person that had this surgery. Usually you see, a lot less on one side. And so that he's built different for sure. But it was within the last month where this, trajectory was taking place. And if he had hit all the markers, then we knew this would have been the window that the docs had advised to say, if he hits all the stuff to lead up into this pressing and moving, you'd have a shot to do that. And so now, he just hit the spots, and so we'll continue down that way.
The Osmond Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers over 100 years. With that kind of track record, they got to be doing something right. Conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, Ordsman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands like Toyota, with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to an unmatched selection of Ordsman offers, incredible deals and financing rates as well. And let's not forget the Ordsman tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by Ordsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news coming from Ordsman. If you have a car to sell, Ordsman will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Ordsman. They like to keep their customers happy. So take it from JP and I, 2 beyond satisfied Ordsman customers, and let's ride together.
All right, clearly some good news with John Allen. It's funny Dan said he didn't look like a guy that had had surgery. I kind of thought that too. I hadn't seen him in a while until I saw him leaving the locker room in New Orleans. But what are the odds? They are legitimately on, I think, their 7th and 8th quarterback. Or not quarterback, obviously not quarterback, kicker. And both their kickers are off today because both their kickers are hopeful that their wives will have a baby today.
They have a lot of fun in that kicking group.
I mean, what are the odds of that? Have to be infinity.
Yeah.
And I got a tremendous reply from Deontay on Twitter. Here's why Twitter is still the GOAT. You can have whatever you want. You can be mad about politics, but when it's funny, it's funny. I tweeted, Dan Quinn says both Washington kickers are out today, hoping for exciting family news. That's crazy. Both have very pregnant wives. Kicking position's been a bit of a struggle in Washington.
They don't miss in other areas.
Deontay responded, I guess they know how to hit something right.
Down the middle. And I going right and left on that one.
I mean, that one made me laugh, man. How about DQ had jokes today, man, when he got asked about Jaden's progress and he said sliding, and then he just joked. He's like, remember when you guys thought that was a big deal? The thing I say about sliding specifically is that when Jaden had the one very good slide at the end of the very long run because he wasn't in traffic and he knew there wasn't more yards to gain and he slid. That was smart. But earlier he had a good run that picked up a first down and he did that shoulder roll. Like that is coached, that is taught. That's a thing. And
I would tell people this. When he got his ribs hurt, please go back and look at the play. He was going down like a slide and a dude crunched him, fell on top of him. Players go on the field, they need to just be able to react. The more crap they hear, you know what they're doing? They're thinking. Thinking on the field, as I always say, you're thinking, you're going to be in trouble. You just have to react. So allow him to play ball. He'll be okay. The thing that I think people have to get away from, Robert was trying to prove a point. If you watch Jaden, he ain't trying to prove nothing to nobody. He's just playing football. As somebody said the other day, he said, man, I love watching that kid play because all he does is just smile. He's like, he's having fun. It is a game.
It is a game.
That he takes it serious when he's supposed to. Getting ready for playing throughout the week. Learning everything he needs to learn about this offense and things like that. Making sure his body is good. That's when he's serious. On the field, have fun. You'll play much longer and you enjoy this a lot more, I promise you.
Enjoy it. Play longer. I mean, those are the goals. And then I also thought I asked DQ, I don't know if you could hear. It was a complicated microphone situation today. Feelings were getting hurt in there, B. But I asked Dan if there was any follow-up from the clock stoppage in New Orleans, and he said, no. And I said, did you ask for any follow-up? And he was just like, no. I think he doesn't want to get involved. I don't think he wants to discuss that because I think there's a part of him.
He knows that they were full of crap.
There's a Jersey tough guy.
Okay,
let
me. I'm gonna speak for Dan. They knew they were full of crap. I know they're full of crap, but I'm not giving them money to say that they're full of crap.
I think that is very much the situation. He's just, but dude. And the thing is, you won the game, so whatever. Let it go. You know?
I'm with that.
If it went a different way, it'd be very, very different. Now,
like Pops would hear me all the time. If you know you're right, why the hell are you arguing? I said, but I want to prove them. No. You know you're right. Let them talk. Walk the hell off. Just go. You know, I always got suspended because I started arguing and I'm already right and I still punched you. And I got suspended and he's like, dude, you were right. Why did you punch the dude? Because he got on my nerves. So Dan is like, he's learned what my dad was trying to teach me. He don't say nothing.
Don't say nothing to nobody about nothing. When we come back, we got Hugh, right?
No, Ike.
Oh, Ike's joining us. Okay, I got mixed up.
They're all brothers don't look like JP.
I'm talking about dudes you used to play with on the radio. Ike Reese joins us next.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Front Office Sports says the RFK site is the preferred site for the new Commanders Stadium by the Josh Harris ownership group. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser was on the Junkies this morning, and she says no site compares to RFK.
So when we are able to look at how we do the ancillary development around what might be a new stadium, we know we get housing, we get entertainment district, we get a park, and we get more jobs for DC residents and for the entire region. So it's going to be a beautiful vision that we look forward to sharing with the community.
Commanders practicing today. Good news for defensive tackle Jonathan Allen. The 21-day practice window is open for Allen. Head coach Dan Quinn today says he's really working hard to get ready. We just really take it as we're going, but he'll be back with the team today. Men's college basketball tonight, GW against Lafayette at 7 on Monumental. Georgetown versus Creighton, 6:15 on Team 980. American at St. Joe's at 7. Virginia welcomes in number 21, Memphis. Michael Penix Jr. will start for the Falcons against the Giants. Dorian Thompson-Robinson will start for the Browns against the Bengals. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
For a little respect, won't you come on? Give me, come on. I ain't gonna do you wrong. Why you gone? I ain't gonna do you wrong because I don't wanna. For a little respect, just a little bit.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to get on the phone lines here to our friend, Mr. Ike Reese, up in Philadelphia. You can give him a follow at Ike58 Reese. You can hear him afternoons on WIP. Big game, Ike. What's going on, man?
JP, Lemonhead. What's up, big bro? What's going
All
on,
right.
fellas?
All right, Chocolate Thunder. What's up, brother, man?
Ain't nothing going on, man. I'm
What
good.
is actually going on in that damn locker room? Because we got one guy saying something, everybody else acting like, oh, he got to be crazy.
Oh, last week, I'm assuming, right? I'm assuming they've hashed out whatever it was that was going on, right? You heard one message from AJ and Jalen saying that they were good and they talked things out. But prior to that, everybody heard and saw BG's comments on his radio show he does Monday night with us down at Chiggy and Pete's. And so, listen, I'm inclined to believe Brandon Graham. I don't think somebody comes out and speaks from the heart the way he did with the detail that he spoke with, and he just made up something. So that's not to say that they weren't after that able to hash out whatever the issues were and move forward, but to act as if this somehow was all media created and all made up and everybody is great with each other. Yeah, we've been around the game long enough, B. Mitch and JP, to know that that's not the case. But I'll give them credit for solving those issues behind closed doors once it did go public. And it seemed like they were all out there on the same page Sunday. So winning cures all, and a few catches and a touchdown, that certainly helps the cause as well. So everybody's feeling good right now, I'm assuming, down there.
Totally, man. It's just wild to me because, like, they've won 10 in a row. They look like the best team in football, and yet it seems like there's at least
trouble in paradise,
some level of some dysfunction. Yeah. Is it? Does it seem like that to you, or are we making too much out of it? Maybe from the outside.
So here's my read on the situation. We watched these guys prior to last Sunday's game. They had went on a 9-game winning streak, and they had forged this identity for the team since the bye week that they were sort of a run-first, run-based, defensive-oriented football team. Not that they weren't going to throw the ball. They just didn't lean as heavily on the passing game as they had earlier in the year. And, Brian could tell you, when you got these many weapons on the offensive side of the ball, it can become a difficult task for a coordinator and a quarterback to try to keep all these guys happy, to keep everybody fed. So my take on it is, I don't think it was as bad as it sort of blew up to, but the fact that the passing game wasn't necessarily clicking as it should be clicking, not saying that they wanted to be a passing offense, but here's the thing. When there's opportunities to make plays in the passing game with those limited chances they get, those wide receivers with their level of talent, they want those opportunities. They want a chance to catch the football. If I'm A.J. Brown, I want to catch the damn football. If I'm Devontae Smith, I want to catch the football, not at the expense of winning, not at the expense of having a stagnant offense. They understand that Saquon was going to get his touches, but I believe their sort of outlook on the passing game, when AJ said passing as sort of something that they needed to fix or get corrected with the offense, he was pretty much implying that there's opportunities in the passing game that we could connect, and it may actually make the games a little easier for us. Because now you got to remember, this was coming off the Carolina Panthers game where they were double-digit favorites, and that was a one-possession game. I think we only won about 6 or 7 points in that game. And so when you don't win in dominant fashion, you know how we are here. We're going to ask about areas that you can improve upon. And AJ I give him credit. He was blunt and straight to the point. We had all been discussing it on the outside of the building. He said the passing needs to be better. And I don't think that blew up everything. I think DG's comments the next night it validated what everybody was speculating at that time. And that's how it sort of snowballed into what it snowballed into, because there were people that were saying, oh my God, is there something going on? Is AJ not happy? Jalen needs to be better in the passing game. And, I'm on this side of things now. I've been here for 17 years now. You put any blood in the water, we're sharks. We're coming for it. You give the media anything, and we're coming for it. So, and that's what that was last week. So, my advice would be choose your words a little more carefully, and that way you'll keep us on the outside, not in the family business. And you guys can get things corrected behind closed doors.
Well, one more thing then. Defensive line coach and Sirianni on the sideline. I figured that the fact that Dom didn't get in between them, it was just a emotional conversation and not necessarily no beef.
Right. I forgot about that.
We researching, brother. We try to get all the blood in the water, brother.
It's all good. I think that was Jalen Carter. I think had gotten a dead ball penalty or something, and after that play, because I think he had hit Connor Hayward upside the head, so they called a flag on that play. Now it was. I was surprised that didn't give the Pittsburgh Steelers a first down, because it happened during the play. It was on a punt, and a punt safe team was out there. They called it a dead ball foul. So when the Eagles got the ball, what really happened is they got penalized, I think, half the distance to the goal line versus Pittsburgh getting an automatic first down. I think Coach Sirianni was upset of what Jalen had did and was, I guess, going to let him know about it. But the D-line coach at that point, what I'm gathering is he's pretty much saying, I already got on him, coach. You don't have to worry about it. Like Jalen Carter, he's one of those personalities, man, that you would love to play with him, but you got to coach him up a little bit differently. And sometimes he can be overly aggressive. And that's one of those moments where I think the D-line coach, Coach Hurt, was pretty much letting Coach Sirianni know that I got it already, Coach.
Don't go over there.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, like it's just gonna make matters worse. Like it's gonna make matters worse. Let me deal with it and see. You saw Big Dom just slide right there in the back, like just in case something happened. But I think that's more or less emotions on the sideline, and that's where Coach Sirianni has done a good job this year for the most part, is keeping control of his emotions. Because when he gets ticked off, sometimes he doesn't know how to pull back, and that's even with his players or coaches. That's what it's been in the past. So they're trying to make sure they keep all that type of stuff to a minimum on the sideline, so it doesn't become some sort of distraction or it creates a bigger issue. And to Coach Sirianni's credit, I think he in the moment realized, okay, this could be an issue here. Let me pull back a little bit, walk away, and they addressed it after the game. So I think all that is okay too right now. We got a lot going on right now up here, man.
Yeah, it's busy, man. Talking with our friend Ike Reese. You can hear him on WIP every afternoon in Philadelphia from 2 to 6 at Ike58 Reese. If you want to give him a follow, Ike was drafted by the Eagles in the 5th round, 98 draft. Played for 7 years in Philly. Great career, great Eagle. So, Ike, what's crazy about the Eagles is we keep hearing the stuff, kind of the weird stuff that has kind of permeated throughout the Sirianni era. But, dude, they are loaded. I mean, the fact that they've been able to rebuild that front seven and how well they're playing now, you know, as a guy that played in the front seven, what do you make of that group and just how good they are?
I mean, Coach Fangio, I mean, I don't know if they give out assistant coaches awards of the year. I don't even know. If they do, he should certainly be a top candidate for coach of the year from an assistant coach standpoint. As a defensive coordinator, he's come in with these young players with a little bit of a mixture of a couple guys that have been here the previous year or two, and he has far exceeded anybody's expectations of what we expected from this defense. We just wanted a serviceable defense, a defense that wasn't ranked last in the league like last year's defense was. So we would have been happy with a top 15 defense around here. For them to be as playing as well as they played this year, and not only that, there were question marks about some of the players, young players like a Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. Like, these guys hadn't necessarily started to realize their potential in their first few years. And it seems like Coach Fangio has done a great job of getting the best out of all these guys. He's putting them all in the proper position. Zach Bond was a guy who was viewed as a third down special teams type of guy his first few years in the league. And he's playing stack backer, which he had never done before, and Coach Fangio has turned him into a potential all-pro player this year with the way that he's played this year. And we talked about Jalen Carter. They got him in the right position. The young secondary that we have with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. You know, they got Darius Slay, who I believe has had a bounce-back year compared to what he had last year. We got Reed Blankenship in the secondary. So all of these guys who didn't really have an identity as a unit 2 months ago, man, since that bye week, because I got to tell you, it didn't start at the beginning of the season. It was after the bye week, after week 4, they somehow figured something out. And, man, they've just taken off as a unit. It is a very impressive unit, tied for first in the fewest amount of points given up. They give up the fewest amount of yards, and they do a lot of it without blitzing. They don't blitz a whole lot. A lot of it is, we're going to rush you with our front 4, and we're going to play solid defense with our back 7, and we're going to try to keep the ball from getting thrown over our head, and your quarterback is going to make a mistake eventually. And that's how they play defense, and it's been awesome to watch this year. They tackle so much better. Let me throw this in there real quick. They changed their practice habits and their philosophy after that bye week as well. It was all about being physical and having a physical presence. They've gone to wearing pads once a week. They've been doing that over the 10-game winning streak. I think it's changed the mentality in the locker room and of the players, that they just play a more physical brand of football now. And I think a lot of it starts with it's how they practice throughout the week. So it's been a pleasure to watch around here this year.
I'm just going to post this. Ike Reese said the NFL need to go back to tackling. No.
Hey, I'm telling you now, listen.
It does something for you, though. But seriously, but in the first game, Washington had opportunity after opportunity early on. and they didn't capitalize on them. What is it that you think the Eagles are concerned about? If Washington gets some things corrected, it could be a problem.
Oh, man, I would say your running game. I mean, listen, a lot with Washington does is, Jaden Daniels going to make his plays through the air with Terry McLaurin when the opportunities present itself. But for the most part, you guys get Robinson going, Jaden Daniels running the football. I think we got to be able to put Washington in a situation where they're out of their comfort zone. I don't know how much they want to throw the ball, right? If we can find a way, get you in that 2nd and long, 3rd and long, instead of 2nd and 4 and 3rd and 2, then that puts a lot more pressure on the passing game, and then maybe you can get after that offense that way. For me, the quarterback is always going to be the X factor because he can beat you with his arm and he can beat you with his legs. So I would say from a defensive standpoint, we got to figure out how not to let Jaden Daniels control the game through the air and on the ground. And from an offensive standpoint, for me, I just think they got to do what they do best. They run the football. They run the football well. If Washington stacks the box, so they don't want to let Saquon run, then the passing game has to get clicking. That's the one positive after last week's game is that Pittsburgh loaded up on the run game last week, and Jalen probably had his best day as a passer last Sunday. When you just look at the throws that he made, the how quick he got the ball out of his hands, and those things. So I would say the Eagles are a very complete team right now, and it's going to be difficult for any team to sort of hone in on a weakness versus this Eagles team.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles are just loaded all over the place. And, I talked to Chris Sims from NBC this morning, and he was saying what the Eagles are doing from an offensive, concept space isn't all that advanced. They run a lot of the same stuff over and over, and just nobody can stop it. Is that consistent with kind of what you've seen, Ike?
It really is. It truly is. It's not very complicated. I feel like, they have a talent level on that side of the football that they don't have to be very complicated with what they're doing. Sometimes you can just line up and see if your guy can beat my guy. And they got the best. I think we got the best offensive line in football. They are so massive.
Hard to argue with.
They are so massive when you look at the size of them paws all across the line. It's I had to throw that in there. Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, I had to throw it in there. Lucky I didn't say no Diddy. I'm just saying. When you look at the size of those guys up front, they're pretty big.
For sure, man. And even in the passing game, obviously the strength of that O-line stands out. But even in the passing game, they're like, all right, you got to cover AJ and Devontae and our running attack, and the quarterback can run. So we're just gonna come out here and good luck stopping it. It's that Eagles team is a well-oiled machine, man. I don't know exactly what are there any holes on special teams? I know Elliott has been missing way more kicks than normal, right?
Well, I would say, yeah. That's I don't want to jinx him, but he had a good week last week. It's been like 2, maybe 3 games where it was like, what is going on with Jake Elliott? It's very uncommon. It's very uncommon for Jake. He's been pretty much a sure kicker his whole career that he's been here, and maybe it's just one of those weird years where the ball just it sails to the left or to the right on him. But yeah, he's hopefully he's gotten that fixed. But yeah, it's not a whole lot to poke at with the Eagles, but I'll tell you the biggest thing I've noticed with this team is that they make adjustments. We get off to slow starts. I don't know if there's been a game where they've gotten off to a fast start. They usually get off to a slow start. I know for a large portion of the season, they had the fewest points scored in the first quarter of any team all year long. So sometimes they come out and they're not clicking on all cylinders. It takes them a little while to see what the opposing team is doing. But by the time they get to that second quarter, they've made adjustments both offensively and defensively that they just look like a different team. They look like a different team. And once they do figure it out to where they can get off to faster starts, man, it could be scary for a lot of teams they face.
Well, you can wait another week for that happen. Let's try to figure that out next week. I mean, you're already in a good spot. You don't need this week.
No, you guys don't need. Listen, we're both gonna get in. We're both getting in, so we'll both get in the playoffs. But we're looking at the 1 seed. We got a few things. We're trying to get a bye week, so we definitely need this game this week.
Hey, Ike, just real quick, because I love the passion of Philly fans.
Yeah.
Non-Eagles related. I'll add that caveat.
Okay.
How they feeling about them Sixers right now?
Oh, come on, man. That's not fair.
I'm being serious.
Hell, we got the Wizards, so don't worry about it.
Are they kind of just ignoring it and focusing on the Eagles, or is it like?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. At the last Friday, Joel, he fractured his sinus. I never even heard of that before.
He fractured his what?
His sinus. I thought it was a broken nose, but it's not. It's like, he fractured his sinus. So I didn't know there's no telling how long he's going to be out. And then our outstanding rookie, we found out the next day, but it happened in that same game. He tore his, I think he tore his meniscus or his MCL. He's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks. So, it's not good. And Paul George, we're just happy when he finishes the game right now. Like, as long as nobody else gets injured, man, it's not good right now. But hey, that's why we're not paying attention until after the Eagles season. After the Eagles season, then we're back in.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, man. The way Philly's playing, you could have a lot more season left. Ike, I know you got your show to get ready for. Thank you for your time as always.
Tell the wife I said happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it, JP. Y'all take care. Hey, Merry Christmas to us.
You too,
Merry
brother.
Christmas, bud. That is Ike Reese. You can hear him every afternoon in Philadelphia on WIP 94 WIP from 2 to 6. You follow him at Ike58 Reese. You know what else you should do? Go check out Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. I have bought 4 vehicles from them. I've had 3 Toyotas, and I bought a GMC from Biaggi at Oarsman GMC Chevy over in Alexandria. I keep going back because they take great care of me. The service is top notch. My guy Jaime from the Oarsman Fairfax Toyota store just texted me. He's listening to the show right now. Shout out to Jaime. We work with them by choice.
Jaime, you better get back to work.
It's a great company. And B, how many Kias you bought from Billy?
Oh, man, at least 10. At least 10 Kias I've gotten from them. But when you go, you take your car in for service, they take care of you, man. They give you extras when you go when you go for a scheduled maintenance, get some a complimentary car wash. When you go in for a major maintenance, they give you a loaner car. They take care of you. And like a lot of these businesses try to charge you for those loaner cars now, they don't do that. And if you try to sell a car over there, they give you 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. Everybody else, they want to try to drop it down a little bit. They're trying to take as much as they can, charge you as much. Oarsman does not do that. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers.
Damn right.
And let's ride together.
Good news for the Washington Commanders as the 21-day practice window is open for defensive tackle Jonathan Allen. The team facing off in a rematch against the Eagles Sunday at 1 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser appeared on the Junkies today to detail the next steps in the stadium development at RFK.
The next steps are we will proceed with demolishing the current site. We will proceed with developing our vision, having discussions with the team, community, and our stakeholders. And we will aim to have an agreement with the team.
College football today, James Madison against Western Kentucky at Boca Raton Bowl at 5:30. At 9, it's UNLV against Cal in the L.A. Bowl. Michael Penix Jr. will start for the Falcons against the Giants. Dorian Thompson-Robinson will start for the Browns against the Bengals. In F1, Sergio Perez and Red Bull have agreed to part ways. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, some news from the practice field here. My computer's acting up. I can't get my text, but some news from the practice field here that I think is a pretty big surprise. Guess who was out there? Non-contact jersey, but guess who was out there?
Who? J.A.?
John Allen was out there, but that's going to happen. They just told us they opened his window. Chin,
okay.
Bro, I looked these numbers up last night. The last 5 games, you have to go all the way back to the Bears game where Jeremy Chin played 97% of the snaps. Basically came out for a snap. He's played every single snap over the last 5 weeks until he came out in that New Orleans game.
Hey.
I mean, that's a guy that is clearly important, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And I did not think he was coming back.
Yeah, but, the thing about concussions, doctors don't even know a lot. One guy can get hit very hard and be back next week. The other guy get hit very softly, or you don't think it's a big hit, and he may take him 2-3 weeks to get back.
Sure.
So you never know.
Never know. It's I don't know. I think you'd love to have him because he's a pretty sure tackler and helps you against Saquon. I mean, dude, against this Philly team, you want to have everybody.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This team is so loaded, and without them, I don't know. You want your team healthy, but now all of a sudden you're playing a team that's won 10 in a row and might be the best team in football.
Yeah. They're doing a great job.
That beat you 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So you need everybody. If you get Chin, that'd be pretty damn impressive. I don't know. Just being there today doesn't necessarily.
Normally, when they are in the protocol, they are not in practice when they don't have a chance.
Right.
When they have a chance, they're normally out there moving around. I realized that was Sunday, and if he's already moving closer, that's good news. Not necessarily definite news, but good news.
You know what? I'm going to credit our friend Juan Romero, El Poderosito. We all used to work together. He does a Spanish language call for Commanders games with our boy Moises. I'm also going to credit Jeff Walker for getting this on my radar. Romero tweeted out, chalking up the Philly game as an automatic loss is such a lame bit by Commanders Nation. Old regime stuff. Stop talking about a game 10 days away and let's beat these birds. Jeff replied, yeah, what the bleep are they talking about? Let's shock the world. Jeffrey, take me into the mind of the Commanders' deep state of the weird social media things that happen. What's going on? Everybody's focused on Atlanta?
Yes. So in the weird depths of social media, there are a lot of fans that's like, oh, we're going to lose to Philly this weekend. We're looking forward to Penix playing Jaden and Jaden winning. I'm like, dude, what if we shock the world, beat Philly, and we don't even have to worry about the Falcons game if they lose this week and we win? Like what is there to talk about?
See, I think like you, Jeff. That's my mindset most of the time. So I
don't even think it'd be that big of a shock.
I don't think it'd be big of a shock, but win 11 in a row. We still have the confidence that we had for the last 20-something years.
Agreed.
And I understand it's hard to get past it, but when you want things to change around you, the best thing you could do is change yourself.
And when I mean shock the world, JP, it's clear we are the underdogs going into this game. It's clear Philly is at the lead in our division. A lot of people will be shocked if the Commanders pull out the win, especially if we beat them by a touchdown or two.
Shock the world to me. The Giants were 16.5-point underdogs at home last week to Baltimore. That's a shock the world. If Washington wins this thing at home, they're 3.5-point underdogs. It's not.
JP.
I agree with you, Jeff, that folks are.
It will be shock the world.
Folks should not be focusing on Atlanta.
But
this is a winnable game.
They're 12-2. If we beat them, many people are going to be shocked as hell. I mean, if the game's over and we win, everybody going to say they expected it, but they're not saying it right now.
And three sound like a small number, JP. But let's be real. If you go out and do 100 people survey on the streets of DC and be like, yo, who do you got winning? It don't even have to be Commanders and Eagles fans. If you ask, who do you have winning this week? Majority will say the Eagles.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just saying shock. This doesn't qualify as a shock the world to me. It'd be a surprise. But we're arguing over like syntax when I agree with your overwhelming sentiment, which is Commanders fans, focus on the game at hand and don't just be sweating Atlanta. I agree with that. Like, NFL teams typically don't win 11 in a row. Philly just had a really big game for them. They played really well, and like this to me seems like a real letdown spot, man. Now, the problem is Philly's freaking loaded, so maybe they won't have a letdown.
Think about what you're saying right now. Seems like a letdown spot. We'll beat them if they don't play well. Beat them when they're playing well. That's the mindset I have.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
I mean, it's just like it's just the way things are said most times. That sometimes you can watch me over here. We have callers or whatever, and I roll my eyes because I'm like, what the hell are we really thinking? Want the team to be a certain way, but we are never that way. We don't want to be Philly. Philly is skeptical on every damn thing.
Yeah, I don't think people should be focused on the wrong stuff. And looking ahead to Atlanta, to me, is the wrong stuff. Now, we talked about Atlanta to open the show, though, because the Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix stuff is a huge story.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a football show, and we're damn sure going to talk about Cousins getting benched. And it is cool that we'll get to see Jaden versus Penix in 2 weeks, assuming we get there and that's how it shakes out. But, I don't think you need to be focused specifically on.
Nah, if you're looking past the Eagles game, that's loser mentality right there. Totally.
Landini, I just got my text working. You tell me what you think there. I understand, to Jeff's point, that they are underdogs in this game and that Philly is loaded, but they played them pretty tight for 52 minutes 6 weeks ago. I do think Philly's better now than they were then, and I'm not sure Washington is. That's why they play the games, though, man. That's why Sunday is going to be cold, and you never know what's going to happen in the football.
It's going to be cold as hell.
Yeah, Sunday,
which is an oxymoron, but it's going to be cold.
You hate that oxymoron. You've mentioned that before.
Yeah, but I had to say it.
We might have to get camera for this game because this doesn't look like it's getting above freezing all day. My phone says low of 20, high of 31.
I mean, I'm going to wear that old work jacket this week.
This is my first hat and gloves situation, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to definitely need some earmuffs.
I'll just wear a hat. Thank you. Well, dude, that Atlanta game, do we have a weather report? 12:29 weather in D.C.
I don't even think
That
you should
could be-
worry about the weather.
Well, I'm personally worried about it because I'm going to be standing out there till 1 a.m.
You're a survivor, JP. You're strong, man.
Thanks, Jeff. J-Dogs forever, buddy. The one other thing I wanted to address, because I'm seeing this, Deb asked this earlier in the chat, and I had somebody tweet this at me, and I feel like Jeff might be behind this. I think young folks just don't know enough about certain topics. That's what I'm going to assume here. One concern people have for a return to RFK is that they won't be able to tailgate. If you went to games at RFK, people were tailgating everywhere.
all the time. I don't understand that.
I didn't have nothing to do with that.
They were tailgating.
They have parking lots.
But right now you got to realize over there by the fields at RFK, there are parking lots galore. There's parking lots right there next to the
The Armory?
The Armory right there.
Some of that's been developed.
They're
yeah.
going to build, if you build a new stadium, it's going to come with some stadium stuff, different parking lots and all that. You moving stuff out towards the water as well. You will have area to
for
party.
Nats games. We used to tailgate Nats games on the river because it was summertime. The weather was beautiful. Now I think I
don't know who never thought that they had tailgate. Now I saw people tailgate when I walked in, and I joined them when I came out.
People were tailgating at RFK. I promise you. Now, one thing that did happen, and I know this upset some DC United fans, when DC United left RFK Stadium to go to Audi Field, DC United had a super strong tailgate culture, and anybody that's been to Audi Field knows there's nowhere to park over there.
No.
Period. So that transition happened, and Nats Park isn't really like a tailgating scene. But you know what else I think will happen organically when RFK happens? Like you go to Buffalo, that little stadium is like in a neighborhood. You go to Lambeau, RFK is a neighborhood. There's just houses all around there. Those houses aren't going anywhere, man. People just start charging you to park in their driveway and on their grass, and they tailgate. And then you tailgate with them.
Yeah.
It's cool, dude. Like there will be.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Hell, I got a big old grill in my house. I might start rolling on up to the stadium. I'll have a tailgate for you.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. All right, folks, caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to the Wiz Saturday, December 28th against New York. For the official Wizard schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. So that's what, next Saturday? There you go. Go see the Wiz against the Knicks. That's a fun game. But yeah, I think you might like this, especially after our last conversation with people looking too far ahead. Tony Perkins, friend of yours, friend of mine. Tony Perkins tweeted out this morning, I know you're going to call me crazy. The Eagles are great this year, a top 3 NFL team, but for some reason, I feel like the Commanders are going to beat them on Sunday.
That's what I'm talking about, Tony. Come on, man. Got to have some damn confidence, man. We can't be fans all the time and always be scared. Think the damn sky is falling.
Sky ain't always falling.
Get your head out the ground. Get your head out your ass sometime, and let's go out here and pull for our team. Give them some damn positive energy.
All right. Speaking of positive energy, Mayor Bowser was feeling positive this morning. She joined the Junkies and was asked kind of what happens next for RFK.
All right, so if it's voted on later this week and it passes, then what exactly is the next step?
The next steps are we will proceed with demolishing the current site. We will proceed with developing our vision, having discussions with the team, community, and our stakeholders. And we will aim to have an agreement with the team.
So this is a big deal, Mayor
What
Bowser.
is
It's a very big deal.
Yeah.
What is the time frame where you feel like you could get a commitment from the team?
From Josh Harris.
Well, I always think we should do things yesterday. I think they have a very significant time crunch. They have a lease in. Josh Harris has stated publicly he'd like to be in the stadium by 2030. And in order for all of those things to happen, I think that we have to have an agreement this year.
There you have it. I mean, this year you're running out of space.
Well, let me. I'm gonna help let me help the mayor out just a little bit. They will continue demolishing the stadium.
Right.
The stadium has been being demolished from the inside already.
Yeah, dude.
It's been
like
a long
screw
time.
by screw.
So, and the fact that they didn't implode it is just because of the hazardous stuff, which call it asbestos and all that stuff, and that water being so close. So you got to be careful with that. But it has been being torn up already.
B, I just saw something via Unusual Whales on Twitter. So this new Congress budget joint that inevitably people are going to come out against, it's just politics. But they slipped into this thing that members of Congress get a raise from $174,000 to $243,000.
Oh, they voting on this. This thing moving forward. Ain't none of them finna put a gun to their head and say, no, I'm not going to get 70-something more thousand. No, they're not doing that.
Yo, that's
smart as hell.
Now, granted, they haven't gotten a raise since 2009.
Don't
so
make a difference. They finna take that. You think they finna stop that?
I feel like it's such an obvious. I don't know. You're right. Like who's not signing off on that?
Come on, dog.
What is that as a percentage? I mean, that's $70,000, right?
Yeah, you're talking about
a 35-40% raise.
Probably a little bit. Yeah, very close to that.
And here's my thing with this. These people that become politicians, members of Congress and senators, go on to make gazillions of dollars. Like you do this as a stepping stone. You could claim there's altruism involved, but you do this to go get rich. Or you're already rich and then you do this. I don't know, man. That one stands out to me, dude. But maybe that's how you get it done, honestly. Landy, was there another Bowser clip or was that both of them in one? Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Do you envision it being like, because others have suggested, like another Navy yard in that area? Do you have the acreage and the ability to do that?
It's larger than that. And so think about some of the large federal parcels like the Wharf, Navy Yard, Walter Reed, St. Elizabeth's. It's larger than that. So the answer is yes. If you're thinking about, are we going to have entertainment, restaurants? We will have more sports uses. We already have ball fields there. We will have a DC Parks and Rec indoor sportsplex there. And we will have a park that connects to the Anacostia River. So like the Wharf enlivened the Potomac River, and really underutilized waterfront. That's what we know that a development at RFK can do in the Anacostia River.
I would just say this.
Don't disagree.
For anyone that has not been down there as of late,
yeah, it's
go
different.
ride down there and go turn left before you go to RFK. Go over there by the parks and see how much room is over there. They can put whatever the hell they want over there. So let's stop saying that there's not enough room. It's way more than enough room.
I'm with you.
Just take a ride down there sometime. Instead
Well,
of
dude,
listening to everybody, go look for yourself.
And I think you're talking about all the parks and stuff. I don't think people realize, like, if you're
The
coming
other
down
side of
South
the stadium,
Capitol, you're
too.
saying all the stuff on the east side. On the west side, below you,
yes,
is they got a new Duffy's in there. Like, there's been a ton of stuff built.
Yeah,
right there where like Independence hits 19th or whatever, just before the Armory, just south of the Armory subway stop. Like, there's restaurants, there's a lot of stuff, man. Get out your bubble, people. Get out of the bubble. All right, that's it for us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Ike Reese for joining us. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The 21-day practice window is open for defensive tackle Jonathan Allen. Certainly great news. Head coach Dan Quinn on quarterback Jaden Daniels' success this season.
Came in with a really rock-solid background. So for me, it's the things that don't show up on the stat sheet. It's checking to the right play. It's getting to the right protection. It's taking care of the football with great decisions. So for us to be, I don't know, maybe we're +4 or +5, sitting at this part of the year with a, quarterback who hasn't done it before, I think that says a lot to, his ability to make good decisions.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser was on air with the Junkies today to detail the next step in the stadium development at RFK.
There's no site that can compete with our site. It's just that simple. We have the best site in the region, period. And when you think about the connections, the transportation connections, the connection with the river, the support from the fan base.
Commanders and Eagles, 1 p.m. Sunday at Northwest Stadium. Tonight, GW against Lafayette at 7 on Monumental. Georgetown against Creighton, 6:15 on Team 980. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life. Lifetime vehicle coverage just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are locked into The Fan. It's December 18th, 2024. It's a Wizards Wednesday, which means we will give away tickets to see the Wiz ahead of our Beltway Blitz right at 4 o'clock. And we are blitzing the East at 5, spinning you around the division, checking in with all three teams in the NFC East. Ahead of that segment right at 5 in 3 hours, we'll give away tickets to see the Capitals here on Grant and Danny. Last night was as bad a loss as the Caps have suffered.
Yeah, gross.
All season. Bad team, up 2-0 after 40 minutes. 3 unanswered goals by the Blackhawks in the third period. They don't get a point on the road. Back-to-back losses in 2 days on the road, first time all year.
Yeah, it's a bummer because, they did all the hard part, right? I mean, rallying back from a travel shabingus, losing to a really good team on the road. No shame in that. That's going to happen when you drop one in Dallas. Competitive game could have gone either way. And then you don't get in until the following day, a handful of hours before you're supposed to play. You gut through it. You got to lead. Maybe not quite yourself, but you got a game. You got to get out of there with at least a point. And the fact that they don't just that one stung a little bit. But here's the thing. No trophies given out here in mid-December. Still got plenty of hockey left, but that's one of those. If not going to miss the playoffs, but it's somehow for a seeding thing later on down the line. There are a couple of those games where you go, damn, San Jose probably should have beat them. Damn, Chicago had them beat with a couple minutes left. Should have done that. But they'll keep catching some breaks. They were due for a little bit of a letdown.
Totally. They have been playing at a level where they were the best team in hockey.
Yeah.
And whether they are or not, I guess we'll find out in the next few months. But they've had more good wins than bad losses. And I think you'll still take the ledger and the fact that they've been incredible, especially without Alex Ovechkin. A quick state of the union on the Wizards. Have not seen them since Sunday against the Celtics when they got beat by 14. They've got the Hornets in town tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. And then the Bucks are hosting the Wizards on Saturday night. So light week for them overall. But let's start with the Commanders news of the day because I thought this was actually a pretty big deal. The Commanders opened the 21-day window for John Allen to return before the end of the season. And it sounds like Allen is expecting to potentially play against the Falcons next week.
Pretty crazy.
That he may very well get to play not once, but twice to end the regular year and then in the playoff game. I think a lot of us, when they ruled him out and said he was going to have surgery, the reports were that he was out for the season with a torn pec. That's normally a year-ender, and you're back into the offseason. Apparently, he knew right away with surgery that it wasn't as bad a tear as was originally assumed, which is really good, and that there was a chance he could get back. He's been working diligently. grinding. A lot of people have said this along the way, but you and I have talked about how badly we felt for the guy because he's been here for so many years when they weren't good, when they weren't 9-5, when they weren't headed to the playoffs. It was a real bummer that he wouldn't get to enjoy the stretch run. Well, maybe now he'll get to play in a win-and-in game against the Falcons next week. Perhaps he'll get to play in a clincher the week after that, if that's how it works out, in Dallas. And he'll get to play in a playoff game if they make the postseason.
He deserves a lot of credit. And here's where I'm going with this. A lot of folks may roll their eyes and just sort of say, you're paid so much money, you should. Here's what I'll tell you. There's a great chance, whether it happens this way or not, I don't know internally what they're thinking, but there is an off-ramp here for one of their highly compensated players. He's got a cap hit next year of $23 million. They may want to reallocate that. They may want to just keep him. I mean, who knows? But there's a chance he's played his last game in Washington. This is now with that injury. You're 100% right that he didn't get to experience the reward. It would be very, very easy for a guy coming off an injury looking to cash in and sign somewhere else in free agency to have that just have been his last game, right? I mean, you're talking about, I would say rushing back because obviously you're not going to do anything medically reckless, but doing everything you possibly can to come back, to be there with the guys that you're laying on the line with just for a couple more games and maybe the postseason. Really, really cool, man. I mean, again, a lot of guys have made a lot of business decisions where we wouldn't have known better either way, because when you hear torn pec, you're going, he's gone. He's done. There's no way he comes back. But doing everything you possibly can to make sure that you can come back, even if it's for a week or 2 weeks or, you get 3 games out of it. Pretty credible, man. Speaks to the man.
So I'm not surprised at all that John Allen gets back because he is such a worker, right? A leader of men type. Alabama champion, one of the guys that's run the locker room here for several years. I do think there are some other factors at play, which is to say, number one, from a team standpoint, I'm sure he wants to play in the playoffs. He has never gotten to play in the postseason environments that he wants to the extent that he'd like to as a player in Washington here. And I'm sure that's going to mean something to him. The other thing is, as you pointed out, I do not believe he is likely to be back here next year based on not having any guaranteed money on his contract. If that's the case, then he's going to be a free agent. To go into free agency off of a torn pec, not having played since October 13th against the Baltimore Ravens when he suffered the injury in week 6 with a 6-week sample where, frankly, he just wasn't playing at his normal Pro Bowl caliber level, might have cost him more money than if he's able to come back and play a couple games at a high level. And we have no idea, but let's just say he plays against the Falcons, has a sack and a tackle for loss, right? Then he plays against the Cowboys end of the year, getting into football shape, makes a couple more plays in the backfield. And then he goes out and he has a sack and a half or 2 sacks or 3 hits on the quarterback in a playoff loss or something like that. There's tape now at the end of the year where, number one, the pec is fine. Number two, this guy still got it at 29 years old. This is someone you want to pay if he becomes available. So I think he can get what he wants out of it, which is to play in a playoff game. He can get what he needs out of it financially and from a business standpoint, which is to make some money this offseason potentially. So everybody wins here. And oh, by the way, for a Commanders team that's been playing, Sheldon Day and some other guys they signed off the street as the season went along, they could benefit if he comes back and plays at his ceiling, which is still higher than that of most of the D tackles on this roster.
Welcome reinforcements for sure for a group that, maybe now with Lattimore can be a little bit more aggressive up front there, right? You saw a pretty good performance against New Orleans. That's to me as good as they've looked stuff in the run. And I'm, I don't know if you stuff Philadelphia like that with Barkley, not quite on pace anymore to set the record, but still 2,000-yard pace. Jalen Hurts as good a runner as he is, et cetera. But yeah, you could use reinforcements as you come into the playoffs for sure. And think about this. You wouldn't use this as a strategy, obviously, but there's a benefit maybe not having the wear and tear on your body over, these last couple of months that everyone else has. He comes back and he's fresh, sort of down the stretch here as everyone else is pretty beat up.
John Allen, 21-day window opened, back on the practice field. He will be ramping up his workload. He will not play against Philadelphia this weekend, obviously. But from what I'm told, there is a chance he could be back on the game field against the Falcons, and then he would finish the season against the Cowboys with the hope of him being able to help them in the playoffs. Supposedly, and this was via some reporting from John Keim of ESPN about 5 days ago now, they realized when they went in to do the operation that even though they thought it was a full tear, it was only a partial tear. And that's the difference between like them saying he's out for the year and him actually coming back. It's not like he tore it full and he's just coming back anyway. They basically went in there, and I guess that day of the operation, they told him after the Week 6 injury against the Ravens in Baltimore, hey, you actually might be able to get back. No guarantees here, but if everything goes well, the timeline's probably late December more than it is, late January, February.
Yeah.
And so that's all of a sudden something you can dangle in front of yourself, and he put in the work. So full credit to him. I think that up front defensively without him, while it hasn't been perfect, they've gotten decent production out of some of the other guys they've tapped into, to the point that they have started to deactivate Fidarian Mathis. Like the last couple of games, he's been a healthy scratch because they kind of like Sheldon Day and some of these guys they've been using as space-eating presences against the run. I thought they did a really good job against the run early against the Saints.
They were really good. I mean, the only rushing totals that happened later in the game, I think to me were about the 2-minute drill where you're playing coverage and New Orleans ambushed you a couple times with Kendre Miller on some carries, but even still, that was only 5 yards a pop a handful of times. Alvin Kamara, an excellent running back, was stuffed. Period. End of story. They were really good. A lot of negative runs, and New Orleans pretty much abandoned it after running into a couple brick walls. So again, I don't think you do that to Philadelphia. I don't think anybody really gets to. Pittsburgh did as good a job as you're going to find. And they held Barkley to 60-some yards. I don't think you're doing much better than that, as good as he's been against Washington over the years. But yeah, you could say they're doing okay in that regard, right? I mean, there have been moments of sort of pass rushing flurry from Fowler, and Armstrong actually probably had his best game in a while against New Orleans on Sunday. Not a huge stat line to show for it, but I thought he was very active. So it's an okay group. And they're middle of the pack in a lot of different categories. We look at sacks and pressures and quarterback hits and things like that, to go with I'd say a slightly improving trend line against the run. So yeah, but again, always good to have a good player come back, even if it's in a limited capacity.
2.4 a pop for Alvin Kamara. I will sign up for every
time, please.
Single time. And then the Tennessee game where the Titans were a pretty good running team. Now, some of this was the score and they had to throw it as the game went on, but they held Pollard to 35 yards rushing, I think, on 9 attempts. I mean, they did a really good job on him, and Spears combined sub 40 yards between the two of them. So that's back-to-back games now where they've been very solid against the run. The reason I want Allen back, and the reason Allen's best is still better than a lot of the guys that they've got, is the pass rushing ability. It's why he goes in the first round. It's why he's been to Pro Bowls. It's why he's a star. We've seen him go out and get double-digit sacks, right? You've seen him, like Daron Payne had the big year. He had the 11 sacks. I guess Allen has not gotten to that number, but the tackles for loss, some of the pass rushing metrics for him over the years have shown that he can do that. The team that they play a week from Sunday after the Eagles game is the Falcons, and we found out last night, Danny, that there will be no reunion, barring something happening to Michael Penix this weekend, for Kirk Cousins back on the field against the Commanders. Would have been, I think, his third time playing against Washington, because he played them with the Vikings twice. Minnesota going 2-0 in those games, once on the road and then once here. But there will be no third chance for Washington at Cousins. He got benched by the Falcons yesterday. They're going to their rookie, Michael Penix, out of Washington with 3 games to go. And Atlanta's in a golden spot. They're dropping Penix into a really nice landing spot here because they play the Giants as favorites. They should win that game. Then they come to Washington. They'll be underdogs, I'd imagine. It's going to be a close game. It'll be a tough game. But if they could somehow win that, then they'd enter Week 18 ahead of the Commanders in the wild card standings, even if they haven't caught the Bucs yet for the NFC West.
Yeah. I mean, this is
South, rather.
Right. This had to happen, I think, which is strange to say, but we use this. I use this word sometimes. I was thinking about it, usually reserved for someone like a Bryce Young or Carson Wentz, when whatever ability you may have had, you can't get anymore. Like, you can't use your abilities. Broken is the word. And that's what Cousins looks like right now, is whether it's physical. I mean, you could see something physically is not right. Like, he can't get to the point where he's making the handoff. I'm not talking about the straight, I formation, turnaround hand to somebody. Those famous Shanahan stretch runs, those stretch zone plays where Peyton Manning, by the end of his career, was lunging to get the ball to a running back that's got to hit a target point. He can't do it. He had to pitch them a few different times. Whether he's not stepping into throws or doesn't physically trust it. I think now it's gotten in his head, and it's now this compounding effect. This is not good the way he's played. Again, 1 touchdown and 9 pick over his last 5 games, not really even giving them a chance. Their offense doesn't look very good. So in that sense, good luck to Michael Penix. Again, the offense doesn't look like it's humming, but maybe there's a better fit. Just physically right now, Cousins looks broken. So maybe Penix will give him kind of that shot in the arm because physically he's pretty gifted and pretty good. I mean, he's not running around like Jaden Daniels or anything, but he can move a little bit and can sling it. So, maybe the offense is different that way. It still goes through Bijan Robinson, honestly, and that's kind of what I would major into. But, yeah, this is, if it doesn't work, whatever was happening wasn't working. So this is one of those like high pressure because it's for playoffs, but it's also lower pressure because it's not as if he was walking into a great situation where they were buzzsawing people and now he has to play. This is like our offense barely managed a forward pass against the Raiders, who are terrible. Do slightly better than that and you'll be a hero.
Yeah, I think the key for Penix is going to be not turning the football over because
Agreed.
especially in this game against the Giants, like if you don't turn the ball over with their running game, and their defense has played better the last couple of weeks. They were terrible for most of the season, but they actually have played some of their best football the last couple of weeks, which is maybe why they're making this change where they're going, hey, we got to stop turning the ball over. I mean, Cousins has thrown 7 picks in the last 3 games. He had the 4 interception game that was brutal against the Chargers. But that's kind of where it's at. Like the 16 picks speak for themselves. You can't keep turning the ball over. And week in and week out, they go into these games, and oftentimes it's a 1st and 10 and plus territory interception. Yesterday or Sunday, Monday night, I guess it was, they're playing against the Raiders. The first play of the second half, they get a big kick return to like the 40-yard line. They come out, they lead the game 9-3, I think it was. They got a lot of momentum. Everyone's jumping around after special teams gets them a big return. And it's the first play of the second half. Cousins in the gun, throws a pick in the middle of the field. And now on a short field, here come the Raiders. So they made the change, I think, just because they can't keep doing the interception thing. And there were just too many of them, too many of those mistakes. He is in a rut from a mental and confidence standpoint that I haven't seen since 2014 when Jay benched him. And if you remember back then, Jay said, I think he told Cousins this, I'm not benching you because you can't play. I'm benching you because you got to get out of your own head. What I don't know about him right now is how much does he have left from a base and legs standpoint? How much of this is the natural recovery from the Achilles, which happened, around October of last year, him not trusting it? That's what I don't know. But I think it's been a bad situation there from the beginning. They told him they weren't going to draft a quarterback. They immediately draft Penix in the top 10. You got to get over that, but that's how it all starts. Then you come in there and they run nothing that he runs well. There's no under center drop back. There's no play action. Everything's at a pistol. It's been confounding to me all year long. But he's played really poorly, and he turns the ball over week in and week out. And so they made the change. I'm still a little surprised that they did, because Raheem Morris, as recently as a week ago, was talking about how they're not going to make a change. He's rolling with the veteran. Cousins deserves the time. And I guess they just decided they'd given him enough time. But it's after a win when he did have the pick. But I didn't think it was like awful this past Monday night. I thought he looked bad physically, and maybe that's what it was.
I think that's it to me.
But they ran the ball in 17 of their final 23 plays, and 4 of the 6 passes were on 3rd and 9 or longer. Like, there's no real chance to have a passing game there in the second half of that game. Now, if someone says, well, they called the game that way because they don't trust him to not throw a pick, well, then you can't play him, if that's the case.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thinking.
I don't know if
there.
that's the case, but if that was the case, why did you start him against the Raiders anyway?
Right. I think physically it ain't right. I don't know if it's ever going to be right again or if it's just not right now. You know what I mean? I don't know if if it's the Achilles, if there's something new.
He's 36 off of an Achilles, and they're going to end up paying him about $90 million for 14 starts, by the way. He made, close to 60 this year. They owe him another close to 30 next year. But someone could bring him in via trade at about $27 million next year.
There'll be some vacancies, and guys may not be able to pick right at the top of the board.
I wonder, though, like the question's going to be, do you think that this year was the beginning of him just not being able to move anymore? And he's just now, because of this Achilles, he's immobile, you know where he's at. He can't anchor off that back foot and drive it. Or do you feel like this is a bad rut he got into in a situation that's not ideal schematically, maybe, or whatever, and you think you could bring him in and he could run your thing, and there's a suitor at $27 million. I mean, he had a 500-yard, 4-touchdown game this year. Like, it's not like it was all terrible, right? So I'll be really fascinated to see if there's a market or what that looks like, or if he wants to keep playing.
Yeah.
I mean, if he really is as bothered as it looks like he is, as you said, when he's moving around trying to hand the ball off and stuff, he's made all the money. He's got a couple of kids and a wife. He could just say, you know what? I had a 14-year career as a 4th-round pick. I'll go do TV or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
a lot
he's
of
gonna do
zeros and
next.
commas in my paychecks over the years. So my feeling is that this is an additional, and no one's reported this, but I think there's an additional injury situation now. In addition, as he's also recovering from the Achilles. So he was never going to be like the high jump champion or the sprint champion. He's not going to win the 4-cone drill. That's never who he was. But you could see it at times early in the season where he couldn't plant on that back foot and then push off and drive the ball. Looks like he's throwing a Todd Collins changeup in some of the balls that you're used to him driving in there. He's never had the Brett Favre howitzer, but not that many guys have. It wasn't what his game was. But even now losing miles per hour off his fastball looks like it's gotten more exasperated. Now, at this point in the season, you mentioned there were some good moments where he looked like he had his legs under him. Now looks something different again. And I don't know if it's an ankle. I don't know exactly what's going on. I haven't followed it tremendously closely, but physically, he just doesn't look right to me. I think that's where the discussion is. And because you're compensating, you don't trust anything. You don't trust your body. You don't trust your eyes. You don't trust any part of you. And so now you look broken. I think all you need is time, healing, new situation. And I think he could still play. But who knows if that's going to plan out that way.
I think Penix is actually going to be a really good fit for what they do right now. I think they kind of built a offense that really works for Penix more than even Cousins, in that, again, there's zero bootlegs, there's zero play action, there's nothing under center. It's a college, like what he did at Washington, kind of. Everything's in the pistol. Everything's
I've
in the
always
gun.
liked him, by the way. I didn't understand why he didn't get more
Super
fanfare.
accurate.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think he can throw the football, but my guess is that the offense they built is like, it's Penix, right?
Mhm.
So they drop him in, and my guess is that he'll be able to throw the football around a little bit, and he'll have success. Bijan Robinson's got the running game going, so they're going to be a tough out next week for Washington.
Agreed.
I think they would have been anyway, and they're now with a more athletic possible quarterback who's feeling better under center, or in their case, in the pistol. It's going to be a tough team to beat. But speaking of injuries, we talked about the return of John Allen. Marshawn Lattimore is back for Washington as well. How does this change the defensive outlook for the remainder of the season for their final 3 matchups? And what do we expect from this defense down the stretch? We'll get to that next. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan. o'clock, we're giving away Wizards tickets. And at 5 o'clock, in about an hour, 2.5 hours, we will give away Caps tickets. So if you want tickets to go see either of the teams that call Capital One Arena home, you better be listening to G&D. Danny Cannell's going to be on the show tomorrow, by the way, at 5 East, one of our favorite college football guests, ahead of the college football playoffs, which are getting going. Should be a lot of fun into the weekend. I'm excited for them, Danny. I think this is a long time coming. I know it's not a perfect situation.
Nothing is.
But I do think this will be the most locked in on college football I've probably been maybe ever, but certainly in a long, long time.
So they've got a lot to do. Not that they care about me at all, but college football's got a lot to do to win me back. And I'm hoping maybe this playoff does it. Like I start to see some of the intrigue and it makes more sense. Like I always said back in the day, I'd rather have the argument be over who's 3 and 4 than 1 and 2. Now the argument over who's 5 and 6 versus who's 3 and 4. Now you push that back. Like Miami should have gotten in if you're one of those people. That's the 13th best team in the country. I'm fine. Like, you know what I mean? We'll be okay. So maybe it draws me in the way, or some goes to the NCAA tournament, which is my favorite sporting event that we've got lasting a couple of weeks, the way that it does. But maybe this is what grabs me again.
You said college football trying to win you back.
Yeah.
Are you out on college basketball as well? Is it NCAA sports?
No, college basketball still has the tournament, which is perfect. So I don't follow the way that I did. Like I used to be.
So what do you hate about college football?
A lot. The realignment to me is way worse.
They did that for basketball too.
Right, but it's way worse. I can't tell you why, but it just bothers me more. That SMU is playing Clemson for the whatever championship. It just irritates me more. Let me see what else. The fact that we don't care about resumes. We just go, well, give me the best matchup, like it's boxing. We did that last year. Like the fact that Florida State didn't make it disgusted me, and it just sort of not having a team ever in it. Like it's just, I've never been less interested in college football.
Okay. So your issues then are somewhat that you're not as into it as you are college basketball. I thought you were doing the transfer portal. You hate that, and players moving all over the place.
Oh, I don't like any of it.
Okay.
Like, so college sports in general, you're right. I don't follow it the same way, but football was way more off-putting to me in terms of the game.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I enjoy college football. The only thing for me is, and I'm sure you can relate to this, and many of our listeners can, because of how into the NFL we are on Sundays, I can't then ask for all day Saturday as well. Like at some point, you kind of got to put some deposits in the bank as a dad.
That's right.
And as a husband. So from Sunday when we get home from church, or if I'm at the game, like when I leave after my baseball show that I do national and MLB Network Radio, I'm gone. And until, the end of Sunday Night Football, pretty much locked in on the NFL. I can't then be college football guy on Saturday. So normally that's when we're doing stuff.
Yep.
I very casually watch. I'll watch the night games. That's the only thing standing between me and being a guy who paints his face at a stadium on a Saturday. I think. Like I would love it. I've never had the ability to, because you got to get something done sometime. Saturday
At a
has to be that
certain
day.
point, you got to be around.
But I'd like nothing more than to just be a football all weekend guy. And then I'm a dad during the week, except on Monday nights and Thursday nights.
But other than that,
right.
Or when the Caps are playing or the Nationals.
It's like when when I thought about it, I was like, I should not bet as much on sports. All right, I'll lower the unit I'm putting on games for March Madness and for the next 3 months, except for the NFL playoffs.
Except for the NFL playoffs.
And except for NCAA tournament. And it's like, there's a lot of exceptions here,
It's not even a rule anymore.
John Allen's coming back. He may well play the final 2 games of the season. So what kind of impact do you think he would have, and how badly do they need him? Deron Payne has had a quiet year. Maybe the biggest contribution he can make is taking a little pressure off Payne and maybe helping him make more plays. Johnny Newton's been solid, but when you have a guy with a Pro Bowl resume coming back in, even if the profile and the attention being paid to John Allen is more than kind of even what he can do as a performer at this point, that might still help you a lot to free up Deron Payne some next to him.
The hope is, it's less to me about do you have a solid space heater? Because I can do that. I'll get Sheldon Day to do it, or I'll let Big Phil get activated again, and just to hold the point of attack so that a linebacker can go and make a tackle.
Sheldon Day, just as an aside, is a little tank, by the way.
Mhm.
He's listed 6'1". He's not that. I mean, if he's 6 foot, I'll eat your phone. But he's probably like 5'11", 290. I think he gets low and he's hard to move.
That's what he's there for.
He's like a little bowling ball.
Yeah.
He's done a really good job for them, actually.
Like that's fine. To me, the reason you pay somebody $20+ million is to wreak havoc. So maybe there's times where you overcommit. Maybe you get upfield too far and somebody runs a trap play behind you, or you get caught, and that's fine. I can live with that. I want the negatives. The thing that stops drives, holding penalties, sacks, tackles for a loss, plays that are blown up, etc. And that's why Allen has made Pro Bowls or been Pro Bowl caliber in the past, right? Around 8 sacks, the TFL numbers. He's approached 19, 20 in certain years. Payne, the year that he broke out and got paid, similar thing. I need somebody to do that on the interior. Now, some of that may be limited by scheme. Some of it may be limited by opportunity. Maybe that's not what they're being asked to do down in, down out. I understand that, right? But all I know is that it happens sometimes. I want it to happen more often. Right? I mean, that's how you get off the field. That's how you get those 3rd and longs. That's how you get the turnovers. You put offenses in negative spots. Too often this year, they have not done that. They've just, they've been fine. They've had to play shell and kind of been passive and, let things happen in front of them, whether you're able to stop somebody or they stop themselves, whatever, I don't care. To beat good teams, I need you to be able to beat that guard. I need you to knife through that center guard blocking combo, or when somebody's pulling, you get a field so quick that the play gets disrupted, the timing of it. That's what he's there for to me. And I'm hoping that happens. I'm not optimistic, to be honest with you, that a guy with that layoff and that wasn't really doing that before he was hurt is able to just come in and start doing it. But that's the hope. That's the idea.
Yeah, I think that Johnny Newton's been very solid, but I'd like to get back to a situation where the rotation is deeper with guys that you trust to rush the quarterback, that everyone can be a little sharper in their reps. And that's where I want to be with Johnny Newton, where instead of playing, 35 snaps, maybe it's 16 snaps. But those 16, you've got more energy and you're more capable. And so I'm getting the best version of you. Same with John Allen. I don't need him to do what he was doing at his apex in his career, where he's playing 70% of snaps or something crazy on the defensive line. Like, we can fire sale change this thing and wholesale sub this thing. I got no problem with that. And that's essentially where I want this D-line to be down the stretch, is that Allen comes back, everyone's a little fresher. You just get a little better version of each rusher. Because I don't have any delusions of grandeur that Allen's going to be playing at the level he was a few years ago. I've kind of given up that hope on Payne as well for whatever reason. It just doesn't quite look the same in terms of impact and pass rush and push in the pocket. But a little better version of everyone, I think, is capable when you bring Allen back, because whatever he gives you coming back from injury is going to be a lot better than what you'd be getting out of either Fidarian Mathis if he was active, or someone else that you're signing. The other thing is, though, we have not seen this defense with Allen, with Lattimore, kind of the reinforcements that they're adding. I mean, now they're going to have a couple of potentially favorable matchups. The Falcons are a pretty unimaginative offense. They run it on first down as much as anybody in the league. It's a ton of first and second down runs into a third down pass, which is kind of what I like to play against if I'm a defensive coordinator, honestly. They are a go on drives offense, so to speak. There's nothing really easy over the top for them. It's Mooney and Ray McLeod and Drake London all kind of operating in that line of scrimmage, the 15-yard area. The week after that, you're going to have the Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb and not a whole lot else in terms of weaponry. So just thinking about the last 2 games, and obviously they could still play and beat the Eagles, but skipping ahead to the final 2 where you might need to win 2 games, I think this sets up for the defense to actually play really well a couple times. And if they could stop the run better against Saquon Barkley than they did in the second half against Philly, maybe even mess around, turn Jalen Hurts over, and try to steal one against the Eagles. I just like where their defense is for this stretch run.
Yeah, that's the path, right? It's as healthy as you could possibly be at this stage, right? Look at Detroit, for goodness sakes. Like, what is it? 50-60% of their starting defensive personnel is already on injured reserve, and that number kind of continues to climb. So getting Allen back would certainly be a boon. I know he's probably not available this week, and you're sort of targeting Atlanta, but your point, I think, is right on. Adding Lattimore to the mix can only help, right? You're better with more good football players. Duh. More analysis like this to come. But yeah, I mean, Philadelphia, I don't know. I think that's a poor matchup for almost anybody in the NFL, let alone this Washington defense. It's probably not quite good enough to stop them, or a lot of more proficient offenses. But I'm with you on Dallas and Atlanta, right? Where the predictability of it. Like you might get Kayvon Turpin might do something, on an end around that surprises you, or you get a double throwback pass to Kamara the way the Saints did. But down in, down out, I'll take my chances against some of these lesser, more predictable offenses.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan at the top of the hour, right at 3:00. It's going to take 2 wins in the final 3 probably for Washington to make the playoffs. However they get them doesn't really matter. They're probably going to have to win 2 out of the 3. And the Atlanta game might be the most significant of the 3 in terms of overall import. What is your biggest concern about this team getting those 2 wins based on personnel and how they're playing right now? We'll get into that in 20 minutes. Next, though, are the Washington Nationals ever going to sign anybody? Are they going to do anything? Do we need to let them know that the offseason began? Check, check.
Psst. Hey, bud.
Hey, Nats. You're allowed to get better right now, right? You got a lot of money coming off those books. This is The Fan. Jaden Daniels' 24th birthday today. So happy birthday to the young quarterback who's on his way to the Rookie of the Year award in the National Football League. Daniels was at the podium doing a press conference with the media today, and Mikey Sandristil, the fellow rookie, University of Michigan star who has turned himself into a really good corner already in his first year with Washington, walked out a little piece of cake with a candle in it and sang happy birthday to him. I don't know if that was from the whole team or just from Mikey Sandristil.
I don't know.
I thought that was a nice gesture. Daniels completing 70% of his passes, 17 touchdowns, 6 interceptions on the season, has added, obviously, one big play after another as a rusher who's on his way to over 700, maybe 800 rushing yards this season to go along with his passing exploits. But I teased this, want to get into this really quickly before the end of the hour. Coming up at 3 o'clock on G&D, we'll get into our concerns about the Commanders as they need to win 2 out of their final 3 to make sure that they make the playoffs. Are there areas that you are nervous about and worried about right now when you watch this team? But Danny, the Nats still haven't done anything. It is December 18th, so it's not opening day.
Nope.
And it's not close to opening day. Pitchers and catchers don't report for another 2 months. Spring training is 2.5 months away. The first game of the season's not till the end of March, start of April. You got the whole offseason. And if you actually look at the calendar for when they've made some of their big splash acquisitions over the years, many times it was after right now. But what has not changed, and what still should be annoying and bothering to fans out there, what's bothersome is they're not being linked to players very often.
This is the distinction I want to draw.
It's the inactivity. Yes, that is number one, when every other team seemingly is either linked to players or making moves or doing something. But not everybody signed anybody yet. That's fine. So while the Cubs are going and getting Kyle Tucker and the Yankees are making a bunch of moves, and the real adults and grown-ups with money that spend money and are trying to win championships are doing a crazy thing right now where they go get high-impact players and acquire them that talent and bring it into their organization. The Nats are just kind of sitting on their hands. But it's the not hearing them linked to anybody that makes you wonder, like, what is going on over there right now?
And that's the key to me. I don't want them to go win a bidding war for Willie Adames. San Francisco signed him for 7 years, $90 million or something like that, whatever it was. That doesn't make any sense for you. That's totally fine. But it's are you flirting with J.D. Davis in that tier to maybe play third base for you until Brady House is ready to come up to the show? Things like that. They're in the market for starting pitching, you would think. So where's the flirtation? Are you finishing second when somebody overpays for, again, I don't know, name your starter that signed somewhere. I don't need you to go win a $44 million a year bidding war for Max Scherzer on a one-year deal as a hired gun to try to win your World Series. That's not where you are. But you're also nowhere. And so for everybody that's been yelling at us about saying, hey, is anyone noticing? This is almost like pre-criticism. Because when we get to spring training, then it's perfectly time and you're able to do that. All I'm saying is I've read this book before. I've seen the signs. I know what this offseason looks like because we just did this for each of the past several years, where it is that, in a beach town, that Walgreens that has a DVD bin full of stuff that came out in like the 90s and like 2 of them were Blu-rays, 1 of them scratched. That's where they're shopping again. This is all the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers of stuff that's been picked over. And that's not how you build a team that's on the rise and contending. So if I'm wrong and they go on a spending spree over the next couple of weeks or months or whatever, yell at me all you want to. That's fine. All I'm saying is right now, this moment, I've seen these signs before and I know where this road leads.
Where you and I have disagreed is I think I'm expecting a little bit more spending than you are. Like, you think they're going to basically spend money like they did the last couple of off seasons, where their big addition is a few $1 million for Nick Senzel or a 3-year deferred 1-year, $5 million contract for Joey Gallo.
Yes.
I think they're going to do a lot more than that. But I am starting to no longer put a lot in bold. Like, my into the offseason hope was that they land Christian Walker. I'm no longer convinced they're going to do that. I think it would be a great idea to go get Pete Alonso. I don't think they're going to do that. I'd prefer Walker to Alonso, by the way, for those that are curious. I have been hopeful that they would make a trade for a controllable pitcher who they would bring in, not a free agency ad, but you're taking on money. So someone that's already got a contract who's a mid-rotation, legitimate type starter, like a better version of the role that Corbin executed last year, where you have someone who helps you every 5 days, compete to win as a veteran, who kind of runs the rotation from a leadership standpoint. I was hoping they would do that. I'm a little skeptical that happens, although I still think that's possible because I don't think you need as much sign-off from ownership on taking on a contract by giving up a couple of prospects as you would actually like spending real money in free agency and not having to defer the cost by giving up some minor league talent that they've assembled as well. But right now, this moment, 5 days ago, they signed Connor Pilkington to a minor league deal. Like, that's the move recently. They have been occasionally linked when you hear a bunch of teams come out. Like I saw a Joel Sherman thing in the New York Post last week at some point where he was naming a crew of clubs that have reached out and engaged interest on Gleyber Torres. Gauging interest doesn't really mean a whole lot. That means they called and said, hey, what's Gleyber Torres looking for? All right, we'll call you back. Like, that's all that necessarily has to mean. But they were, if you want to say linked to him, that's a name that has come up. But this is just another flag I'm putting back in the ground at another mile marker. Couple of weeks since we last talked about this with nothing going on to say that it will be inexcusable if they don't make some real additions to this roster. They don't pay anybody currently on the team any meaningful money. The highest paid player on the team is Luis Garcia, who a year ago at spring training, you could have told me was not going to make the team and or they were done with him and they were going to trade him for a bag of balls, and I would have said fine. He ended up having a really good year.
Had a nice year.
Organizational player of the year this past season. Congrats to him. That's great. He's now at a couple $1 million, their highest paid player, just because he's been around long enough to have an arbitration season. So it's him and Keibert Ruiz on a payroll that makes the Marlins and the A's comfortable, right around $30 million on actual players. They got to spend some money. They haven't yet. The offseason's not over yet, but we're still waiting. And we haven't forgotten. It needs to happen. This is the offseason where you start giving fans a reason with some money to get to the ballpark and showing that you still care a little bit about this thing.
So what was your confidence level that they were going to do I'm going to call it the Paulson plan, which is spend on a couple players?
Yeah, the Paulson plan is like a veteran starting pitcher, mid-rotation type.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a 1 or 2 year deal. 2 years, 36, 1 year, 15, something like that for a starting pitcher. We'll say Christian Walker, and we'll say another bat at double-digit $1 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
My confidence in the Paulson plan in April was like 80%. At the end of the year was like 60%. Right now, it's like 10%. Yeah. Now, I'm still very confident they'll sign a real baseball player, which I know you're not.
Right.
So that's our one disagreement.
Yeah,
now.
I am not.
I'm coming closer and closer to your camp, but I still have 1 foot out the tent where I'm going. Like, if I found out they sign Christian Walker, that would not surprise me. They need to. It shouldn't be maybe they'll do it. Like, that's the kind of move they need to make, but I think they'll make one real move where they pay someone more than, say, $15 million a year. Like an actual legitimate stud. I do think they'll bring in one key, put him on the poster player.
I certainly hope that's the case. I don't know. It's a tougher sell right now because
it's not going to be Max Fried. He's got a home.
Well, yeah.
It's not going to be Corbin Burns. It's not going to. I would have wanted them to sign one of those guys. It's not going to be Pete Alonso. Like, it's not at that level. So get out of that pool.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the next. Not the baby pool.
Go to the little pond.
The middle pool. Go to the small pond. I think they'll get a good player in that pool.
At this point, I'd be doing spin kicks if they do. Like, it's not where we should be, but it's better than zero. It's better than this. It's better than this feeling. So again, I hope I'm not even making a prediction. I'm simply saying, I'm just letting everyone know I see the road signs as we're driving along the highway. I see the signs. I've driven down this highway before, and I'm hoping that we don't end up in the same destination. I hope they exit off and do whether it's the Paulson plan or some variation of it.
Wizards tickets at 4, Caps tickets at 5. Next, our concerns, if we have any, about the Commanders down the stretch as they try to punch a playoff ticket. You're listening to The Fan.
One of the things that we've worked really hard on is remaining a passer inside of the pocket. When he's got legs to move. And so for him, remaining a passer longer, the guys, stay in coverage longer, the receivers down the field working. So I think that part of the game, there's been improvement, and I would say we're still progressing in that spot. He came in with a really rock solid background. So for me, it's the things that don't show up on the stat sheet. It's checking to the right play. It's getting to the right protection. It's taking care of the football with great decisions. So for us to be, I don't know, maybe we're +4 or +5, sitting at this part of the year with a, quarterback who hasn't done it before, I think that says a lot to, his ability to make good decisions. And
Daniels has been making good decisions all season with the football. He rarely ever puts it in harm's way. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan, kicking off the second of what is going to be 4+ hours today. Show's brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Double play at 3:45, and then we're giving away Wizards tickets at 4, Caps tickets at 5, right here on the Fan. What time did you go to bed last night?
12:45.
Oh, you stayed up late.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a day that after we got into the airport at like 2 a.m. previously, got up with the kids. It was my son's birthday. So I could not wait to go to bed. It was one of the first times ever I beat my wife upstairs. I said, I'm going to be in bed.
I'm headed up.
You have a great night. That never happened.
I know. All I wanted to do was go to sleep, but I was, for some reason, like a last bit of brain wired, freaked out. I was overtired probably. It's one of those things where like I probably missed my window, but I was exhausted. I slept great until 7 o'clock this morning or whatever. But yeah, I think tonight it'll hit me.
Could be your night.
Yeah.
How about this little fun fact? I don't believe this at all. I'm going to say it anyway because it's being passed around the internet as if it's true. I just saw it, so I have not had time to corroborate it. But I believe that this is the craziest stat any of us will hear today. Via NFL notifications, which is not an account that means anything to me. If it's fake, then tell me. Lamar Jackson has never played the Pittsburgh Steelers in Baltimore when there are fans in the stands. Which is another way of saying that the only time he's ever played the Steelers in Baltimore was during the pandemic year, probably. How is that possible? The Steelers have come to Baltimore every single year Lamar Jackson's been in the league. And I know he's missed time and he gets banged up and he misses games most years. But that means that 6 times when the Steelers have been in Baltimore, he has not played in the game. And that only in 1 year in 2020 was Pittsburgh there when he was the quarterback. And in that year, he was playing. There was no crowd behind him yet making any noise.
So they played in week 18 last year, and Jackson didn't play because they'd already clinched and were, I think the number 1 overall seed.
2023.
Yeah, that was last year. So I've literally gone back 1 year to figure it. So stuff like that probably is in there. The illness thing, he has it seems to always be sick or whether he's been injured or something like that. That is the weirdest stat you could ever imagine.
How is that possible?
Yeah, I'm looking at StatsMuse here, which is a pretty cool stats site that you just type in his name and say versus Pittsburgh, and pretty much his entire stat line versus Pittsburgh is all at Pittsburgh, except for it looks like he had 1 pass in his rookie year in 2018 versus Pittsburgh at home. Other than that, the only other home game was indeed in 2020 during the pandemic.
Yeah, injured 2 straight years, sat because they clinched last year.
Do you believe that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking it up right now. That's insane.
No, I don't mean, do you actually think it's true? Which you're corroborating.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy. That's hard to do. Now, you could see how we got there. It took a freakish set of events like it would have happened last year. Sorry, Baltimore's record was too good. So then he sits. The injury thing
by the way, that's one way to have the amazing win-loss record that he has.
Yeah.
The time that you played the best team in your division and your arch rival, once out of every 2 games, your entire career, you haven't played. Not to joan on him, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So here's
I
2019.
kind of need you in those games, man.
Well, 2019, they'd already clinched, and he sat in that one too.
Wow.
I think they were he was the team, I think, was 14-2 in 2019, and they were 13-2 going into last week, and they didn't need it. And it happened to be against Pittsburgh.
So that streak ends this weekend.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the Ravens host the Steelers in probably the best game on the slate. 4:30 kickoff in Baltimore. That would be a fun game to be at. I got to tell you. Now, Washington's got a big one in their own right at home on the same day at 1:00. So we got bigger fish to fry here.
That game's actually on Saturday.
Oh, is this a Saturday game?
Yeah, this is a Saturday game between the Steelers and the Ravens.
No reason not to go to that one. This schedule this weekend, I forgot, is like every week there's 2.
It's the weird one, yeah.
So we have Thursday, Broncos, Chargers, which is actually significant. Even though the Chargers have not been playing as well the last few weeks, 8-6, chasing down Denver 9-5, 2 playoff hopefuls as wild cards out of the AFC West. So that's coming up tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. Then we have 2 games on Saturday, Texans Chiefs, which should have been a better game than it's probably going to be. Like I feel like when they scheduled that, the idea was the old dog in the AFC, Kansas City, and the new kid on the block, 11-3, Houston. And now it's like the Texans are not as good as they're supposed to be. The Chiefs somehow win every single week. But with a day less to prepare, we'll see what Patrick Mahomes' status is going to be. Could be a Carson Wentz start against the Houston Texans.
Gross.
And then the other Saturday game is that 4:30 kick, Steelers-Ravens, before the full slate of games on Sunday. Monday Night Football this week, the New Orleans Saints, who we just saw in person, at Green Bay to take on the Packers, who are in primetime back-to-back weeks because they just played on Sunday Night Football.
That's right, yeah. That deserves an Al Michaels. Here we go. New Orleans again. Yay, Dad. But this is the college football leaves a small gap. We'll fill it. The NFL doing their bit. They've also got Christmas Day games next week, too. So this is now when you got to head on a swivel for your NFL game.
No arguments or qualms from me.
Indeed.
More standalone football, the better. Because you get to see the standalone games in their entirety. It just means you get to watch Thursday, then you got 2 games on Saturday, and a Monday night game. That is, 4 games that you watched if you carve out time. Every bit of. It's fewer the games at the same time. You're going to miss something on Sunday. Sunday, by the way, is going to be interesting. You have Michael Penix's debut for Atlanta against the Giants. I don't really see any way the Falcons could lose that game to the Giants. I guess if he just completely was unprepared, there's no reason to believe that would be the case. Look how the other rookies have performed this year. And he's a guy who's played a ton of college
experience,
football. Was really, really good at a very high level, playing all the way to the Natty title last year. So I think he'll be fine. But that's going to be a fun game. You have the Lions and the Bears, which isn't overly intriguing in terms of who's going to win. We saw that game on Thanksgiving Day. But I am really curious to just see what Detroit looks like. 12-2, more injuries, no David Montgomery. You got Dan Campbell, who had this great radio interview. Did you hear him talking?
I didn't know.
So he was on in Detroit, and he gave this Hall of Fame pump-up chat where it was basically like, no one's going to give us a chance now, man, and we don't care if we're healthy or we're not. We'll take 11 guys out of Section 417. We're still going to go win the damn game. I mean, it's just all in on Dan Campbell. And you're like, yeah, you probably will, man. I believe you.
Yeah, you got a chance this week against the Bears.
12-2, get to 13-2. And then otherwise, obviously, Philly, Washington, a lot of eyes on that game, 1:00 kick here. And I think Vikings, Seahawks is pretty fun.
That's intriguing.
Minnesota, Seattle, 4:00 game on Sunday. Seahawks have to win to keep up their wild card hopes. And they could possibly pull even with Washington in the final wild card spot if they beat the Vikings and the Commanders don't beat the Eagles.
Yeah, Geno Smith injury compounds the difficulty level for them there. That might be a Sam Howell experience.
We're going to get a Sam Howell into Carson Wentz weekend?
That's what you hope for if you're tuning into football in December. Another one with a little bit of intrigue, Tampa Bay and Dallas plays this weekend. Dallas, who cares? I mean, but they're doing this thing where they're playing incredibly hard and well all of a sudden for Mike McCarthy as they're winning games. Tampa's doing it with duct tape, but they're there in a pretty good position to win that division if they can kind of keep rolling. They're favorites on the road. Does Dallas have a home win yet? Or what are they, like 1-8 at home or something ridiculous? So I hope the Boo Birds come out there. But yeah, that's another one with a little bit of transitive impact potential on Washington.
Yeah, cannot wait for more football starting tomorrow night. But the Commanders are who we're going to zero in on here with a 1 o'clock kick against the Eagles at Landover, back at Northwest Stadium. Feels like it's been a little while because they've only had the one home game dating back to really just before Thanksgiving at this point. A huge game, and they've got back-to-back home tilts against the Eagles, against the Falcons as they barrel down the stretch. If they win 2, they're going to be in the playoffs. If they win 1, they might still make the playoffs depending on the help that they get. But Danny, the question we want to pose to people, and we'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What makes you nervous about this team finishing strong? Coming out of now 2 of their last 3 not being anything what they were supposed to be, not looking as good as they were supposed to. Is there something standing between you and being ultra confident that they finish this season out the way they're supposed to?
It's 2 points for me, and they're both related. So it sounds very dismissive. I don't mean it to be. They are a one-trick pony. And what I mean is, if they're not awesome on first down, the offense isn't any good. And that's really about running the ball, right? This is who they are. When they are, 2nd and 4, they're excellent. They're better than almost anybody. When that offense is right, see Tennessee, see Carolina, see, when they beat up some of these bad teams and they're ahead of the chains at all times, defenses are on their heels, they can be really, really good. When that goes away, just for whatever reason, whether, again, look at the Dallas game, look this past weekend against New Orleans, Pittsburgh at times, Philadelphia certainly made it a struggle. They don't have weaponry. They don't have the answers. Now, especially without Austin Eckler for some time still, if he does come back. You're without Zach Ertz probably for a time. You're without Noah Brown, who wasn't great to begin with. They don't have enough counters. Now, nobody's good on 3rd and 9. That's the NFL, right? That's football. There are teams that are also, though, even given that watered down situation, who are worse even than that. And I think Washington's one of them. Just given the fact that if you stop them on first down, you stop them. Early downs, success makes this offense good. The games where they've struggled, you've seen it. Teams that are really, really good, that are total prolific offenses, can deal with the setback. Buffalo can deal with a first down stuff of a run. Baltimore can. You pick out some of the great offenses in the sport. Detroit certainly can, although maybe it's going to be harder for them as they continue to lose weaponry. But Washington is a good offense, certainly, when it's working right. When it's not, you see the struggle. And your opponent has been irrelevant when it comes to it. We thought, hey, okay, they're playing Philadelphia. That's a great defense. They struggled against Philadelphia. A lot of teams are. Well, explain Dallas to me. Explain New Orleans to me. Atlanta's defense on paper stinks. That hadn't mattered. Because if you can stop Washington on first down, a.k.a. you shove it on Brian Robinson and company, you all of a sudden can make Washington pretty pedestrian.
So the thing I'm most nervous about right now with the Commanders is their kicking game, which has not yet really cost them. But I can make the case that had that 2-point conversion have gone in, we couldn't say that anymore. Because you would have missed a 54-yard field goal that probably needs to be made. Now, you could pick nits on should they have kicked it or not. Fine. But today, neither of their kickers was at practice. Both of them, and this is amazing, this is not a knock, both of them are having babies, it sounds like. I don't know if something was in the water or what, but both of the wives are in the hospital, hopefully, with healthy babies being born as we speak, which is a great thing. But you can kind of add that to the pile in terms of just a lot going on with these guys, a lot they're thinking about in the case of Greg Joseph and Zane Gonzalez. Zane Gonzalez, who had a plant foot issue, who was injured enough that they didn't feel like he could kick this past week. He almost went, according to what we've heard. But remember, Austin Seibert came back and was supposedly given the full clean bill of health, if you remember. And then he kicked in a game and missed a couple of field goals, didn't look anything like he had previously, had a bad game on kickoffs, and they put him on injured reserve. The last few weeks, the kicking situation has gone from tenuous to problematic. And they have, to their credit, been good enough for the most part that it hasn't really ended up being a huge deal. But how does anyone feel great? Like if I was to tell you right now that Washington is going to be lining up for a 47-yarder to beat the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend, how confident are you they make it?
You feel good?
Following week, let's say you lose to the Eagles, which is supposed to happen. Now you're playing the Falcons. It's a close game. They make a few plays. Bijan Robinson rips off a 39-yard touchdown run. Michael Penix throws for, $175, couple touchdowns and a pick or whatever. And you're down 23-20 with a minute to go. You get the ball. Daniels gets you down the field, but now you got to kick a 50-yarder at the gun. We sure?
Sure about that?
We sure? 2 for 3 this past week is not really 2 for 3, is it?
Yeah, it wasn't kind of.
It's really 1 for 3.
Yeah.
Because Joseph missed the kick that he got a reprieve on thanks to triple zeros on the clock at the end of the third quarter. They missed 2 field goals against the Titans. They missed a field goal against the Cowboys and then the kickoff fiasco. So by my count, if we're not doing the reprieve based on nothing that they earned, just kind of a fortuitous thing, that is 1 for 5 in their last 2 games on field goals. 1 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that one more time. 1 for 5. And in their last 3 games, it's 3 for 8. I am worried about this field goal situation as you level up in competition.
Smell what you're cooking there. Again, that's if you were playing a close game. You're playing a tight one, right? Where you end up needing those things. You don't notice when it's whatever it is, 28-0, and you might miss one. Who cares? Whatever. You're already steamrolling somebody. But yeah, you're leveling up the difficulty level. You don't have a win against the team with a winning record that's any good, to be frank with you. So you want to beat some of those teams. You're going to have to, harvest your nuts. You got to make a couple deep field goals. You got to make one with a crosswind. You got to make one when things aren't ideal, right? When you're hurried or you're rushed or whatever. And even with Seibert, they didn't really have a dependable guy that has a great track record of long sustained success. They thought they'd solve this thing when they signed McManus. We know how that went. It is what it is. This is whatever it is. Kicker number 7 this year, I suppose. I've lost count, to be honest with you. This is very Rivera-y in terms of that carousel. But yeah, you're 100% right. That is not a strength. It may go in, but do you feel good about it?
All right, so let's touch the people on this next. I want to open up the phones for the first time today. MGM National Harbor listener lines are yours. You can line them up. We're going to bang out calls next. We'll get through them quickly. 800-636-1067. 3 games to go. You need a couple of wins. Does anything about this operation right now have you nervous? Does anything about the Commanders have you a little timid about being confident that they get these 2 wins and punch a postseason ticket? You're listening to Grant and Danny. have the Eagles, Falcons, Cowboys left on their schedule. They are 9-5, a record they have not had since 1992. They've got to win 2 of those 3 games, and they will almost certainly make the playoffs. Are you confident that they will? And really drilling deeper down, the question on the phones right now at 800-636-1067, what about this team has you the most nervous going into these final 3 games? What do you feel uneasy about? For me, it's the kicking situation. Box score won't tell you this, but we're basically 1 for 3 on their field goal attempts in New Orleans, indoors, on carpet, using a kicker who had not previously kicked. The week before that, while they were using a kicker that had barely kicked for them, again, they were 0 for 2. And the week before that, with another kicker, because they've had 3 kickers in 3 games, I don't know if I've mentioned that, they missed a field goal. This is a thing, man. And it has not burned them yet, but it almost did in New Orleans on Sunday. And I just think as you play better teams, Philly, you're going to knock them off. You better kick your 100%. You better make all your field goals. You better hit all your extra points. You better be able to hit 54,
yeah, it's like missing free
yarders.
throws in basketball when you're trying to pull an upset.
So I just think this is an area right now where they are not playoff caliber, and it's going to rear its head.
To me, it's sort of a 1 and 1A. If you stop them on first down, aka you stop the run, they don't have a counter. Their whole offense, it works when Brian Robinson and previous Austin Eckler, whoever, was effective on early downs. They don't have the horses to get out of too many 3rd and 6s, 3rd and 7s. Nobody's really good at it, but they're especially bad at it. Again, that's without Noah Brown, without really a second receiver that's that's capable of winning. You can see they're coverable on 3rd downs, on those obvious passing downs. That's my biggest concern. And you've seen it a couple of times. 2 of their last 3 games against defenses that aren't very good. You didn't manage a whole lot of offense when the run was stopped. Against Tennessee, when you ran all over them, this is great. This is so much fun. This is greatest show on turf. When that's taken away, despite the quality of the opponent, you can see how much of a struggle it is.
Let's go to Jamie, who is in Annandale, home of the Adams. What's up, Jamie?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so Greg, you were saying that they needed to win 2 of 3. This time of the year, I like to go to ESPN and they do the playoff, whatever it's called, the playoff monitor. And I got them winning 1 game. As long as they beat the Falcons next week, they get in, depending on, I guess, what Seattle would do. Is that right?
They can absolutely get in at 10-7 rather.
10-7,
I think there's a very good chance that could happen, but they need a lot of help. My point is that if they want to get themselves in, they've got to win 2 out of 3. But 10-7, if the one is Atlanta, they're probably in a solid spot.
Yep.
Right. Now, as far as my concern same as yours. I mean, if it's coming down to kicking, would Dan Quinn be like, you know what, screw this. It's 4th and 2, 4th and 3. We're not kicking. We're going for it.
I wonder how much they're going to go on 4th down, by the way, against Philly this weekend. I'll bet you Tress Way takes the day off on plus territory.
Yeah, like hair on fire, nothing to lose kind of a thing. It's the philosophy that I have in general. And I don't know if coaches can adapt this way because your entire message and mantra is, we'll play with anybody. We'll fight you in the parking lot. Just give us a lot, lines and a ball, and we'll get after you. And maybe you don't want to change your mentality too much, but privately, I 100% would. I'd go, we're not better than this team. If we line up and push and line up and play straight, they'll beat us 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, whatever you want to do. Let's play reckless. Let's play, going against the odds a couple different times and push the pedal to the metal. Maybe try to put them on the back foot a little bit. I wouldn't do that against New Orleans every time, or a Tennessee, or somebody that's going to pick in the top 5. But if you think in your own evaluation that group's better than my group right now, maybe you take more chances and more risks, because what's going to happen if they don't work out? You lose. You're pretty much already there.
This goes to some extent into what you were saying, where if they get into 2nd and long, they're in trouble. They are also, as healthy as they've been and as lucky as they've been this year at keeping most of their key guys on the field, they now all of a sudden are getting thinner and thinner offensively with playmakers. Guys that can actually turn 1st downs into touchdowns, turn 5 into 15. Where's it coming from? It's kind of Terry McLaurin and ... which was the knock on this team before the season, which I didn't think was all that fair. And we've seen Noah Brown and Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler, among others, really step up and help them. Zach Ertz has played a really valuable role. I know everybody likes to poke fun at some of his weaknesses, but Zach Ertz has been an invaluable asset and a tremendous player for them. And people are going to find out this week potentially just how much they miss him on some of those 3rd and 4th and shorts and mediums. But Danny, of their top 4 pass catchers, 3 are out if Zach Ertz doesn't play this weekend. Eckler, we talked to yesterday, still not available to come back until the final week of the season. Ertz and Noah Brown. That leaves only Terry McLaurin among their top 4 receivers catching balls this year available. At some point, that matters. Like, I'm trying to think of the game when Terry just couldn't catch a pass and wasn't involved, and they never threw it to him, and the defense really shut him down. Oh, yeah, it was the Eagles game.
Oh, that's right.
What happened to their offense that night? It stunk.